pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Kristen, the FOIA notifications have been all set out? Yes. Yes? Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have the approval of the meeting minutes for April 7th, both the workshop and the regular meeting. Let's start with the workshop. Can you not hear us? I speak up when you can, because this is a new microphone system that we're trying to use here. Is that better? Can everybody hear me? Hello? All right. We'll give it our best shot. Let's go for the approval of the, do we have any comments or about the workshop agenda that we had, the workshop minutes? No objections? Without objection, the minutes are approved. Now, how about the regular meeting for Monday, April 7th? Any changes, modifications? No? Without objection, the minutes are approved. Okay. Any questions about the agenda? Okay. Without objection, the agenda is approved as is. All right. This is the period of time when we come to public comments related to non-agenda items. Non-agenda items. Before we get into that, I'm going to just read some instructions so we keep this meeting in a fair and respectable manner. If you'd like to talk, please submit your request to the speaker. Taking the applications for that, community development planner over in that corner. When you sign up, just sign up for yourself. You'll be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Commissioners will be respectful, listening to your comments. Please be respectful of the public forum that you're in. At the podium, please clearly state your name and address for the public record, and stay please at the podium. This public meeting is recorded and therefore becomes a matter of public record, as does all correspondence on this issue or any issue directed to county officials. Please try to avoid repeating comments that have already been offered. We'll get through this a lot faster, and I know there's a lot of people that want to speak. Please place your cell phones on silent mode. If you need to speak with caller, please step outside the room. And this is just a reminder, the Planning Commission is an advisory body to County Council. As such, the Planning Commission recommendation on any issue goes forward to the County Council through the Natural Resources Committee, then to County Council for their review and voting determination. So the Planning Commission recommendation is a step in the review process and voting determination ultimately by County Council. With that said, are there any citizen comments on non-agenda items? Yes, I have a couple that have been handed to me. Felice Lamarca. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Pappas.
You're welcome.
Felice Lamarca, Hilton Head, Okatee, and Beaufort. I don't have a specific agenda. I have a couple of issues I would love for the commission to think about and to take up and maybe answer some questions. I am, you may remember me from Cherry Point. Mm-hmm. So I am all about quality over quantity. Whenever a developer wants to develop a piece of land, I hope in Beaufort County you always consider the impact on the entire county. And as a realtor who's an anathema to her own profession, I always emphasize quality over quantity. And I know that you do too, because I've been in this room many times with you. Second thing I would like you to consider and take up is the whole issue about development agreements. I have been and will be talking to County Council about this very important issue. As developers come to you, they bring you developer agreements, and the process is flawed in that the agreement is not in place before you have to vote on a zoning or a rezoning issue. That whole process needs to change. That development agreement needs to be in place. If it's a state statute, we need to change the statute. Tell me how to help do that. These development agreements expire in 5 years to 10 years. Why are they not in perpetuity? Why do they not run with the land? My last item is if you commissioners could explain to us citizens what by right means, because it's talked about on different development pieces of property, and I'm not sure that all of us understand by right.
Okay.
And thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next name I have is Adelaide. It looks like Sills. Adelaide Sills. That right? I hope I did that.
How y'all doing? My name is Adelaide Sills. So the whole thing with the Pine Island thing, what's it called? Pine Island?
Let me stop you there. That's an issue that we're taking up tonight, so you might want to speak up during that period. This is for non-agenda items, this period of time. Later on. Let me put that back over here. Okay. All right. Being that I have no further non-agenda comments from the citizens, we'll go to the action items. Number 7, consideration of an ordinance amending the zoning map for 86.16 acres located at 98 Jennings Road from T2 Rural to T3 Hamlet Neighborhood, T3 HN, and T4 Hamlet Center, T4 HC, utilizing the Hamlet Place type overlay. Mr. Merchant? Are you able to hear out there? Can we have somebody look at that?
Mr. Chairman, may I interject for just a moment before we get started on this agenda item, and while the applicant starts to get prepared? Just for the record, my name is Richardson LaBruce. I'm an attorney on Hilton Head, and I am representing the Planning Commission here tonight. One thing that I would like to stress, if possible, is to try to limit background noise as much as we can. It's important that we preserve a record, an audio record of everything that transpires here tonight, from what the public says to what the commission here deliberates and the statements that they make. So whatever we can do to try to minimize background noise is going to be very important for a clean record, because there are a number of people with interests in making sure that this was done the proper way. So I just wanted to provide that, and I am here to answer any questions that the Planning Commission may have.
Okay. Yeah. I can't tell unless you tell me if you're having trouble hearing me. Can you hear me? Not so good, even in the front row here? Not clear.
I'm sitting right next to you, Ed, and I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Exactly, me too. Let me suggest a 5-minute recess till we figure out what the problem is here because nobody can hear. Anybody have a problem with that? All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute recess while we figure out what's wrong with the audio that they can't hear in the audience. Do we have the audio video people here?
Not fixable, I'm afraid.
We need to vote.
Happen if you do not use.
For this purpose.
I'm gonna put this one into the mix because I think it was a misunderstanding. Where did you put it? Oh, this one? I'll just put it like right there.
Wait, the woman that was up speaking, she was asking us to consider quality over quantity of I have a feeling she'll do that. What is the sticker that she's wearing? Can you see it from where you are?
I can turn this one off. I doubt I'll need to really say much, and if I do, then
You're gonna wish you had told your wife to come.
you can hear me. Hello.
into session. Think we're at the point we've introduced the first topic. Mr. Merchant, would you come up and speak on behalf of the county?
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Can you hear me okay? Is this better?
I can hear you.
Okay. So this first item on the agenda, this is a proposed zoning map amendment located on 98 Jennings Road. This is approximately across the street from Battery Creek High School in the Burton area. The Planning Commission has looked at this at their April meeting, and at that time they recommended that the applicant make a few revisions to the plan to address staff comments. What this proposed zoning amendment would do is the current zoning of the property is T2 rural on 86 acres. The applicant is proposing to use the place type overlay option, which is something in our ordinance. This is identified as a hamlet place type in the Burton area. And so as a result, the mix of districts that they're allowed to use for that, they're choosing to use T4 Hamlet Center for the front portion along Jennings Road, I guess along the western property line. And then the remainder of the property would be T3 Hamlet neighborhood. And at the last meeting, staff had some concerns about the actual layout of the development, that it wasn't meeting some of the requirements of the place type overlay and the parts of the ordinance that apply to that. Specifically, there were some concerns about the open space and how they were identified on the plan. They weren't labeled properly, and there was some also requirement for certain types of civic spaces to be within 500 feet of lots within the development. In addition, there was concern about the way the districts were mapped in the original layout, because the most intense district, that T4 Hamlet Center, applied to several areas that were designated as either open space or buffers or stormwater ponds. And so that was a concern that staff had. In addition, there were some questions about the treatment of Jennings Road, because they had townhouses fronting Jennings Road, but right now it's a rural cross-section with ditches, drainage ditches. And so the applicant has made revisions to the regulating plan to address the mapping comment. They've labeled they've corrected the open space, and they have provided a cross-section for Jennings Road. As far as staff recommendation, once again, staff recommends approval under the conditions that the applicant work with County Council through a development agreement to best determine the needs for affordable housing in the area. There is a draft development agreement that is included in the packet that provides some references to affordable housing, but we believe that is, if they are going to pursue that, and if council is interested in considering this application, that be one of the discussion items that they look at. In addition, we have spoken to the applicant. They're we've made our point very clear that you can't alter the standards within the district. And so once again, we just want to make sure that is part of the record in the recommendation, that we are not recommending anything in the development agreement that would alter the standards of the district, since they're changing the zoning to adopt them. So that is staff's recommendation, and with that, I entertain any questions you have.
Any questions?
And the applicant is here also.
Yes.
Too.
Any questions of Ms. Merchant? Thank you. Thank you. The applicant, please come up. Whoever's speaking for the, okay.
Rob Merrick of Pulte Homes. want to start by telling y'all thank you very much for the Planning Commission's feedback. We also want to thank staff for their support in this project. We've worked diligently to work with them to make sure we provide a plan that works well within the community and also follows the comprehensive plan that's been adopted by the Planning Commission and the County Council. We're here to be able to answer any questions that you might have for our plan regarding any feedback that you've given us, and our Josh Taylor is here to be able to answer any questions as well.
Okay. Does Josh want to speak, or you're going to leave it?
Not unless you have specific questions.
Okay. Are there questions of the applicant?
The development agreement that you proposed tonight, that's a draft version from that you guys wrote?
Say that again, sir.
You guys gave us a draft development agreement,
Yes, sir, we did.
which I'm assuming favors everything for you. Has the staff had a chance to even look at it?
Yeah, staff has had a chance to look at it, and as far as favoring everything for us, when we built that development agreement based off of feedback that we received from council members and other items, so that and as well as a community workshop, so that's where that development agreement was built up. It's roughly about $1 million worth of economic impact that's given back to the community itself.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions of the applicant? Yeah, I have a question. Only county council can negotiate a development agreement, not the planning commission. So the planning commission's primary consideration on this zoning map application is about development density and its impacts on infrastructure and the quality of life considerations for the surrounding communities. A zoning map amendment standard asks if the zoning change is required by changed conditions. The staff response remains no, it is not. And I know one of the considerations was the degree which you were willing to initiate affordable housing, which at the count that you gave us was less than 4% out of 244 dwelling units, set in the 80 to 120% bracket of AMI. I would have to see a significant increase in the affordable housing units and modifications of the AMI, which is very high, end of it, before I look in this particular issue favorably.
And we're more than happy to continue having those conversations and negotiate with the county council to see what would best fit the community. As you notice in that development agreement, there's also 3 parts. So as you have the deed restrictor, the workforce affordable portion of it, that's just one piece of it. There's also a component in there that works for first-time home buyers, that's all. There's also a repair fund that allocates back to the community within a certain perimeter around it. So there are multiple functions of that, where that is just one part, but we are open to having those conversations with county council.
Yeah, I would think somewhere in the 10 to 20% range for affordable housing.
Yeah, but we're all, I mean, at this time, it's got to come from some point, from somewhere. If we're giving $1 million worth of economic impact back to the community, there's a factor, and we're willing to sit down and have those conversations with council.
All right, thank you. Further questions? No. All right, does anybody else wish to speak on behalf of the applicant? If not, I think then we can have public comments on this issue. All right. I have 2 here. Jesse White.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me okay? Jesse White, South Coast Director for the Coastal Conservation League. We have commented.
You can raise the light closer to your mouth.
How's that?
The whole thing will lift up like this, so that should work.
Better? How about that?
I can hear you. Can you hear? All right, a lot of nodding heads.
Okay. So we have commented on this upzoning development in the past, and I just wanted to, again, reiterate our primary concern is just the lack of infrastructure generally in this area and the cumulative impacts of development that has already been approved but not yet built out or not yet occupied. There's hundreds of units that have been approved between the city of Beaufort, the town of Port Royal, and now considering in Beaufort County as well. And so looking cumulatively at what the infrastructure can hold, we have some concerns about timing and just quality of life, like you were getting at there, Chairman. So I just wanted to raise that concern. I think that what they're trying to accomplish by using the place type overlay is great. And I know that staff has been working hard to address some of the specific concerns, but our biggest is kind of an overall, just the amount of development in Burton and the lack of infrastructure to really support it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jess. Joyce Ham?
Hi, my name is Joyce Ham, and I'm asking you to not approve the building of another group of housing for $300,000 per home. I took the liberty to take some pictures, like the female just
Stay at the
said a few
podium,
minutes
please, 'cause
ago.
we can't hear you. Can you
I'm
just-
sorry.
Yeah.
I took the liberty to take some pictures of some development that's going on in the neighborhood right now. Several of the homes that are being built right now on 170 and on Savannah Highway and several on 170. As a matter of fact, we haven't even begun to look at what the traffic of those particular items will be bringing in the community. So it's going to be very difficult to determine how much traffic they're going to be adding. They haven't even gotten started yet. If you would look at the traffic for the school that's on 170, I'm telling you, it's backed up. It's hard for us to get in and out of our homes during that time. We have to stay home. I've lived in that area. My family has been there for over 100 years. We've lived in that area. We just didn't move. We know that area. Right now, deers are in our backyard. We have armadillos walking around in our front yard. We have rodents that's running around rampant, snakes, all kinds of wild animals that when you remove them from their natural environment, they have to find and seek a home somewhere else. And I just ask that you don't approve this. 240 houses. If you took a look at the houses coming in that they built, they are not giving consideration to the homes that are even there. When you came in, if you saw a mobile home, you saw a house, 2 stories standing over that mobile home. They could practically look in those people's homes. But when you go on Hilton Head, they have enough trees to separate. You can't see nothing. All you see is highway and trees. But when they come into our neighborhood, they're in our backyards. And it's just unfair. And once they get approved, you're just not going to know what they're going to do. It's going to be out of your hands. As a matter of fact, I have a copy of that, the 40 plan that you have. Yeah, it's called the 2040 plan that you have for the next 40 years, that you want to look at how you're going to improve Beaufort. I'm recommending, because of the water level and the rising of the sea level at this time, that you continue to make sure that we have trees so that they are not able, I know they're going to plant some trees, but if they come in, but the trees that we have are dear to us, and we want to make sure that we're not taking in too much water from the rising of the sea level, because Beaufort County is already moving in. on high level.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your comments. All right, that's all the comments I have on that particular issue from the public. Let's bring the discussion up to the dais. Did you want to add something, Mr.?
Yeah, just because we have so many people out here today, and it may be your first time at a planning commission meeting, it may not be. The two applications, but the one before you right now is a zoning map amendment. It's an application to amend the zoning map and to change the zoning designation on a particular piece of property. The county code provides designated criteria. I think it's 9 questions.
Correct.
9 questions that need to be answered in considering these applications. That's what the Planning Commission is tasked with doing. It is not development specific. When you look at a zoning map amendment, it does not mean that the development as proposed is going in there or anything like that. It is a change to the underlying zoning designation. However, it may be, as has been discussed here tonight, brought forward with a proposed development agreement to County Council. The Planning Commission has the ability to make recommendations. They don't actually make the final decision, that's County Council. But Planning Commission can make a recommendation to County Council that this application either meets the 9 criteria, and then they would recommend that it be approved. It doesn't meet the 9 criteria, at which point they can say it should be denied, or it could be approved with specific conditions designed to meet those 9 criteria. So that is what's before us. And then one other comment, because we have so many people here, I know there is a 3-minute timer on public comment, generally speaking. The idea behind that is not to try to limit your voices, but try to give everybody an opportunity to speak who needs to speak. So thank y'all. And if you have any questions, Mr. Chairman or any members of the Planning Commission, I'm here to try to answer them to the best of my abilities.
Sorry, did you want to make a comment, ma'am?
No, it was given to Pine Island one.
Can you go over to the desk and okay. Do you have her?
No, it's with the Pine Island ones. Was it?
I only have 2. Come up to the podium, ma'am. You asked to speak. You put in an application to speak about this issue?
Yes, I had actually put in an application to speak on both issues, but I would like to address the current issue right now, if possible. Fine?
Go ahead, yes.
My name is Barbara Childs. I am a retired planning department employee, so I understand about rezoning and all that. And I do live in the area. I might not live directly by the affected area, but it would affect the area that I do live in and my church, which is on County Shed Road. I believe that the upzoning of the property would affect the quality of life, the infrastructure of that area, and it is across from the high school. So you're going to get a lot of complaints when the games are on, because there's no buffer to stop all the noise from the games. And I'm quite sure you would be affected, but you would hear it from a lot of the residents. So I am against the upzoning of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think we're finished with the public comments on that. Anybody else that we forgot about that filed? All right, let's bring the discussion up to the dais here. Are there any questions or any dialogue you'd like to have? Questions? No? All right. And we need a motion on this particular issue. I'll attend for a motion. No, I'm sorry, that's not appropriate at this point. I'm sorry. You're out of order at the moment, ma'am. We've completed that piece of it. We have a lot more comments to come up later on the other issue.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. They had. I think the chair has closed public comment. We called and asked if there was any other public comment. So.
You have a form over there or not?
Natasha Robinson is her name. Natasha Robinson is her name. She may be speaking on the CPO.
Oh my God. Ish. Did you put him in this file?
What's the name?
Natasha Robinson.
Pine Island? We're not on that one yet. You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. I need a motion. I need a motion on the action item in front of us. Come on, folks.
I'm so sick yet. I can barely talk.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me. I want to make a comment first. I guess I'm not quite prepared for a motion. My comment was as I look at what was submitted at our last hearing and the changes that were made and the comments from our staff, this has been a difficult one for me because I do feel like a vast number of the 9 criteria that were required to evaluate these cases on have been met. The concern about adequate infrastructure, staff says that the school district, BJWSA, have been notified. There haven't been any comments other than on the TIA about issues relative to infrastructure. And I know the TIA only identified one intersection where they're going to be requiring the developer to make some type of improvements in order to address an issue there. Like you, I had concerns in terms of the affordable housing component. But I guess the struggle I'm having is as you look at our comprehensive plan and the future land use map, this particular type of development is what's indicated for this area. So it does, in my mind, what I'm struggling with is that timing again, if whether or not we feel that infrastructure issues can be addressed through the normal review and approval process, or if this is just something that's premature because the infrastructure can't be or isn't ready to accommodate this. And I'd be curious what other members of this commission have to think about that concern.
I have a lot of the same concerns that John had. It seems to be an ongoing issue within Beaufort County. We've seen how infrastructure has fallen behind south of the Broad, and we're at a precipice right now where infrastructure, I mean, we could look at it today if we wanted to look through a paper towel tube and just look through that hole and go, everything looks fine. But I think once we pull back, and I mean, Mr. LaBruce might correct me on this if I'm incorrect, we have to have some semblance of vision going forward in our recommendations to natural resources and to county council. And I think in an issue like this, when you're going to put 244 homes in a natural wetland area already, I mean, we're almost reaching a breaking point with stormwater. The water's got to go somewhere, and people are going to start having flooding issues. There's going to be numerous issues that are going to be addressed at a later time because we're not having the vision to look at it now. I understand what staff did as far as the place type overlay, the hamlet overlay, and I understand it's part of the comprehensive plan. It's a living, breathing document, and it has to change as necessitated. Is that even a word? I'm not even sure. But for me, I'm like John, I'm wrestling with this issue. I've looked at it over and over again. I've gone out and ridden around that area 3 or 4 times to look at that area. And I personally would have a hard time supporting this particular development and the zoning change at this time.
Did you want to make I'm going to allow you to make a comment. Go ahead. Yeah, come on up.
Let's just address a few of the things. As far as the infrastructure go, we've had conversation with Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer to ensure that the capacity is there to be able to support the 244 units. With that being said, there's also on the developer that as we work on through the development process and with the Beaufort Jasper, that any upgrades and things like that are many times put on the developer themselves. So at that same time, we're there supporting and upfitting that infrastructure that's in place. As far as the traffic analysis, we were the first ones to go through the new, once you pass the new ordinance for the traffic impact analysis. So the county, they determined what needed to be studied in the traffic impact analysis, and we went through that process with them and determined, and we'll obviously follow the guidelines and the recommendations that were provided for that. As far as the density within the development, again, we are working in lines with what is stated for the comprehensive plan for that. We talk about the vision. Well, the vision is the comprehensive plan. So we're implementing a plan, again, that was recommended by Planning Commission and adopted by Council. We're following all the guidelines of the plan that was presented, and that's what we have to utilize as developers within this area. So we are following many of the guidelines and the things, and we're taking those considerations, taking all the feedback that we've received from the last time we were up here throughout this last year to make sure that we develop a plan that works in line with the future of what's been requested and adopted.
Okay, thank you. Further comments from commissioners? If not, I'm going to again request a motion to be made on this issue.
Just a comment. You say you've talked to Beaufort County Sewer and Water Authority and all that, and you say you have, but we don't know. We don't have any documentation to look at or anything.
Actually, you do, sir. You have a supporting document that states that the Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer does have the capacity for us.
Capacity, but that's just capacity. That's not building all the storm sewers.
You speaking to your
and
mic,
everything else
please?
to go there.
As far as, go ahead.
All right.
That is part of the development process as we go through. We have to engineer design plans, have to get approved through staffing. So that is through the whole process as we go through. The first step in receiving is knowing that we have the capacity to be able to support it. And if Beaufort Jasper has the capacity, then we got to start being able to build that plan based off of that capacity.
All right, thank you.
Well, to move this along, I will be happy to make a motion. In regard to the case, I'm looking for the case number on my staff report, CDP A 000048 2025. Excuse me, for a rezoning to the T2, or excuse me, the T3 Hamlet Neighborhood and T4 Hamlet Center. I will recommend to the city or the county council approval on the conditions that were identified by staff in terms of the need for a more meaningful address of affordable housing, and that no alterations to the design standards be allowed as part of the development agreement. And this is in keeping with the staff report and the comments that were presented at this hearing.
Do I have a second? Did you make a second, Gene?
Second is so we can vote, yes.
All right, do we have a second, Gene? Any further comments on the motion? All right. All those in favor of the motion, you raise your right hand. All right. All those opposing the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 oppose the motion, 2 favor the motion. The motion doesn't pass. All right. On to the next action item. Action item number 8. Can you all hear me still? Action item number 8, consideration of an ordinance amending the zoning map for 437 acres located at Dualmo Road and St. Helenaville Road with a removal from the Cultural Protection Overlay CPO District. Can I hear from the county, please? Mr. Merchant?
All right. Well, once again, good evening, members of the Planning Commission. What we are looking at for this agenda item is a zoning map amendment, and it is to remove 437 acres made up of 5 parcels located at 288 Delamo Road, and those are referred to as the Pine Island properties. Pine Island Properties are the owner of that property. What they're proposing to do is, currently there is a cultural protection overlay district. So the underlying zoning of this property is T2 rural. And then there is a cultural protection overlay district, which applies to most of St. Helena Island with the exception of Data, Harbor, and Fripp. And then also the islands, Hunting Island and the barrier islands that have no road access. So it basically applies to the heart of St. Helena Island with exception of the 3 PUDs that existed prior to its adoption in 1999. So the request is to remove that cultural protection overlay district from this 437 acres. So you have the application, which expresses the intent of the developer to build a community with a golf course, 49 dwelling units, in addition to the supporting uses for a golf course and the residential for that area. So that is the request that's being made. And the developer has also provided in the application a draft development agreement. And once again, I think that the Planning Commission has some familiarity that we're looking at the zoning action, and then the development agreement comes into play once, if County Council is interested in pursuing this, considering this application. That is something that is negotiated with the developer, and typically the development agreement and the zoning map amendment coincide on 3rd reading, so both would be adopted at the same time. But that's generally the pattern when you're combining a development agreement with the zoning map amendment. So The existing zoning, I think I kind of went over, I think we're all familiar with T2 rural. It is the county's primary zoning district for our rural areas. I guess the most notable feature is the density of 1 dwelling unit per 3 acres. And so this property, with the 437 acres, different math, but I got 145 lots that could be developed on that. There's some question about that. I made an assumption in the staff report that maybe the applicant was looking at the rural small lot subdivision, which would allow several more dwelling units, but that kind of gives you an idea about what that base zoning district allows. The cultural protection overlay district is something that was adopted in 1999, and then in our new code it was adopted in 2014, and that is a district that is, and I'll go into more detail, but that is designed to protect the culture of St. Helena Island, and it primarily comes down to restricting franchise architecture, gated communities, resorts, and golf courses. So as you know, the applicant has expressed an interest in developing a golf course, and so this development would not be able to move forward without making this map amendment. So I wanted to draw a comparison because I think most of you were on the Planning Commission 2 years ago in June of 2023. At that time, the same applicant brought forward an application. That one was 502 acres, and this application is 437. So one of the parcels that make up the Pine Island property is not included in this. And it's also important to mention that that property has gone, through part of our development process for a 20-lot subdivision, just to give you a reference of that neighboring property. So as far as the comparison, that's one difference from what was presented 2 summers ago. And then the other difference is this time the applicant has provided a draft development agreement so that there's a clear understanding from the Planning Commission what their intent is to do with this property. I wanted to, make clear to the Planning Commission that by removing the Cultural Protection Overlay District, all the standards that are allowed in the underlying district remain the same. It's just that Cultural Protection Overlay District has restrictions on some uses, such as golf courses and resorts. So by removing this property from that, it allows the development of the golf course or resort. So the other important thing to mention is that, the draft development agreement, and I provide a summary of the types of things that are being requested in that. So one of them is a reduction to 49 dwelling units, and so that kind of gives you an idea that's much less than what that base zoning could yield. Increased open space, buffers, and there's also, they've indicated several contributions to the community. But I think it's important to mention that those things are permissible with the Cultural Protection Overlay District on the property. So that's, the action of taking this property out of that Cultural Protection Overlay doesn't affect those things. The primary thing it affects is whether this development could have a golf course or not. And so in order for the county to begin negotiations on the development agreement, this legislative action to amend the overlay district map to remove these properties is necessary because, as you know from reading the application, they've expressed what their intents for the property is moving forward. So with that, I wanted to provide some background of the cultural protection overlay. This is something that has been in place since 1999. It was also readopted when the county adopted a new zoning ordinance in 2014, and then most recently in 2021 when the county adopted its 2040 comprehensive plan. That plan specifically there's a section called Spotlight St. Helena, and it talks about the importance of protecting the community from encroaching development, protecting the culture of St. Helena Island. And the very first policy and also the first action item in that is to evaluate the Cultural Protection Overlay District to determine to determine whether additional land use restrictions are necessary to meet the intent of the district, consider the addition of specific design standards that reinforce historic Gullah Geechee development patterns and character, include diverse representations on the steering committee that may be formed to guide the process and ensure public input from all segments of the community. So that recommendation was made in 2021. One of the things that staff did in that year right after that adoption was to initiate working with representatives from the community and the county council representative for St. Helena Island to put together that committee, and it was adopted by county council in November 2022. So at that time, there was a zoning amendment that came before this planning commission, and that was at the January 5th, 2023 meeting. That was a text amendment to the Cultural Protection Overlay District, which would have allowed some flexibility in some of these uses that are clearly prohibited, such as golf courses, resorts, if it were accompanied with a development agreement that could maybe achieve other ends to achieve what the Cultural Protection Overlay District was meant to accomplish. And if you remember at the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission recommended denial. The following Land Use Committee meeting of County Council, they made the recommendation to have the Cultural Protection Overlay District Committee, which was newly formed, take a look at the Cultural Protection Overlay District and look at ways to strengthen it, and I think specifically through the purpose statement, evaluate the uses. And so that charge was given to the committee that winter. The committee met several times between January and April of 2023 to develop the updated language for the CPO district. That went to County Council, and they adopted that in May of 2023. So I guess I'm going through this little history just to say that the comprehensive plan in 2021 specifically mentioned the CPO district. It specifically mentioned how that district should be dealt with, as far as putting together a committee to evaluate it, and that work was done, and so the results were presented to council in May of 2023. The applicant then came at the June meeting of the Planning Commission with, and this was an application that they had filed earlier, to do very similar to what is being requested today, to remove it from the Cultural Protection Overlay District. That went to the June 2023 meeting of the Planning Commission. At that time, it was recommended denial, and it went to council, and eventually that was voted down. So that is some background. That was 2023, and so that is the application with the differences that I mentioned to you. As far as staff recommendation, staff recommends denial of the proposed zoning amendment. The location and extent of the CPO boundaries were purposefully delineated to support and implement the comprehensive plan and the purpose statement of the CPO. To move the boundaries for the purpose of excluding certain parcels erodes the effectiveness of the CPO by allowing the very uses that have been identified as posing the greatest threat to the character and stability of the island community. In sum, the proposed rezoning is inconsistent with and seeks to defeat the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and the purposes of the development code, is in direct conflict with the provisions of the development code, is in direct conflict with the demonstrated needs of the community which led to the creation of the CPO. It's not required by changing conditions, is incompatible with the existing proposed uses surrounding the land, and is not an appropriate zone for the use for the land. It is likely to adversely impact nearby lands, will conflict with anticipated logical orderly development patterns, and will likely have an adverse impact on natural environment, and will likely result in increased strain and stress on public facilities. So, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Merchant. Any questions?
Rob, as long as you're going to give a history thing, could you also comment on what the applicant did after the denials?
I'm sorry, what was that?
What the applicant did after the denials?
Do you? Okay.
Go for it.
Brian Holbert, County Attorney for the record. Brian Holbert, County Attorney for the record. After the denials from County Council, they exercised their rights and they appealed the denial to Circuit Court, and they filed a case in state court, and that was removed to federal court. Those cases remain pending, but they're not before the commission today. Those are pending litigation, separate apart from the application before you today. You need to only consider the application before you today and the proposed draft development agreement and the conditions in there. Okay?
Thank you, Brian. All right. Any further question?
I have a question for Rob. It happened eventually. Rob, I'm a bit confused. How is the proposed building of fewer units a greater impact on the environment than if they build the units according to what's presently approved?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the difference between the current zoning, which is T2 rural, with the cultural protection overlay, and T2 rural without the cultural protection overlay, there's no difference in the number of units that could be approved. That difference is something that the applicant is saying that they could only accomplish through the development of a golf course.
No, it's not my question. Their proposal is, from what I read, significantly fewer units on that piece of property than they are permitted to build. Now, assuming they can be held to building only the number of units that they say that's in their request, and according to their application, fewer docks and everything else, how is that more detrimental to the environment and the community than building all the additional units that'll have more docks? And I could go on, but I'm having trouble finding the words.
I would compare it to, you're talking about less units, and my question would be less units than what?
Than what they're permitted to build under current zoning.
Okay. What I'm providing is an analysis of the zoning as it exists today and the zoning that is being proposed. The reduction of units is not a result of that zoning map amendment. It's a result of what the developer is saying that they intend to do with the property if they're granted that the amendment.
And if they submit a development agreement, I'm familiar with some of them in the past, can they be held to that agreement?
They would be held to the agreement if they negotiated it with county council.
Okay, so getting back to my original question. If they're held to that agreement, how is that less detrimental to the environment and the community from a environmental standpoint, and also the resources available such as sewer and water and everything else? Is that less detrimental or more detrimental than if they were, to develop all that they could? I don't know if I'm wording it correctly, but I think I'm close.
I think you're forgetting the fact that it wouldn't be just a smaller amount of units that would be built. but also the fact that they would put a golf course there, which has its own issues environmentally,
I understand that.
pesticides and all that sort of thing. So you're going to try to compare this larger number of homes versus a smaller amount in a golf course, which one has more environmental impact? I would say the golf course would have more impact.
You
That's
ask
just
an
my
excellent
opinion.
question.
Let's bring this
But
up
those
to
are
the
the
attorney.
questions that are before the Planning Commission for you to decide which is better for the community, to recommend to council, who will be the ultimate decider as far as what's more detrimental or what's better for the community. After hearing from the Planning Commission, all these people that are here today, you hear them, then you have to decide as a body what to recommend. Rob's got his opinion, the applicant's got their opinion, everybody in this audience has their opinion, but the ultimate decision is this body and what to recommend to council.
I understand that. I'm still getting back to the question, the proposal that they say they're willing to do a development agreement on versus what they could do if it was fully developed. And I understand there's a golf course involved, but I mean, which is more detrimental environmentally? And I'm not equipped to evaluate that, so I'm asking for help.
I think each side has their own opinion as to which is detrimental. And now who's right? He can't tell you who's right.
Let's move on and let the testimony, let's hear from the applicant and hear from the public. Maybe it'll become clearer to you.
Thank you.
I guess what I'm saying is it's hard to compare a plan that's been submitted to a hypothetical build-out scenario for the property, you know, and to determine which has greater environmental impact. That's something that it's very difficult to make.
All right, thank you, Rob. All right.
I have a question. I have a couple questions for you, Rob. Just for my clarification, this is not a down zoning, correct? It's just a request to remove the CPO from this particular parcel of land. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. They're removing the cultural protection overlay district from the property.
Right. So in the development agreement or the proposed development agreement, which does have an expiration term from what I've read, unless it's extended in perpetuity if it's so desired by the county and by the developer. But initially it has a 10-year period. Is that what I read correctly?
Yeah, and that's according to state statute. The size, the time period corresponds with the size of the property as far as the maximum time period.
Okay, so based on the numbers you gave me, if this land is not taken out of the CPO, the developer by right can build 147 homes and a multitude of docks, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now,
But I will say, and I put in the staff report, there's base site area. So when we deal with a hypothetical number of what land will yield, until you have a plan that is approved, that's what I mean. We're comparing two plans, and it's very difficult to do that.
I got you. And based on that theory, so to speak, let's just say it's theoretical 147 lots, the applicant has decided to carve out 60 some odd acres. And you said those could be 20 lots, correct?
Well, that was submitted to our staff.
Okay.
It began going through the process.
So basic math, I mean, I'm a Marine. I got to really keep it basic here. 49 houses with what he wants to do with the golf course, or what the applicant wants to do, plus the 20 homes that are proposed on that part that's not going to be cut out of the CPO. That's 69, 70 homes. So he's essentially just saying, well, I'll take half of these homes away, but in 10 years, if the development agreement goes away and it's still T2 rural, they can build as many homes as they want, could they not?
And once again, we're talking about a development agreement that needs to be negotiated with council. There is a possibility that you could negotiate, you know, that land could be deeded, you know, with restrictive covenants. There are different options that could be done to assure, but that's something that would have to be negotiated with the development agreement.
Okay.
So, I mean, there are ways, I mean, that would, if that is a concern, there are ways that the development agreement possibly could address that.
It's not our ball of wax.
All right. With that, I'm going to, thank you, Rob.
Okay.
Ask for the applicant to come forward.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is presenting documents as a matter of state law. These should be made sure to be incorporated in the minutes and available to the public online. So we'll make sure that that Mr. Holbert gets a copy of these, what was just handed up, so that we can make sure that these are publicly available, so the public knows what was just presented to you.
These are the ones that were submitted. Yeah, these are the same.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kevin Dukes. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Harvey & Batty here in Beaufort, and I am here this evening to speak to you about the plan that's being presented for Pine Island. And you can see we've handed out copies for the commissioners, and there's also the screen there, but it might be easier for y'all to see on your copies in front of you. I just want to first point out the photo that we have at the beginning is actually Pine Island. So this is the island that is north of St. Helena Island. It is connected to St. Helena Island by a causeway, and that causeway then works into a peninsula, which is off of the northern part of St. Helena Island, just to give you an idea of where we are, although I'm sure you're pretty familiar with the area at this point in time. So we're here tonight to talk about an opportunity to look at two different options for this piece of property. And it's been said before, what we're seeking is a removal of the property from the CPO, that is the zoning map amendment, and staying with the existing T2R or rural designation. And I want to take a quick second to talk a little bit about the development agreement, because there was something in the other public comment. There's also been some discussion here. We have submitted a development agreement. A little bit different from the last applicant is that we have actually applied for a development agreement with the county. We submitted that. It's under review by the planning director. He has given comments about its completeness. We have given him additional information, and we've given them a check for $28,000 to process that development agreement. So that is in the works, and that is going forward. We have also heard from numerous members of county council that they wish to engage on the development agreement, and that we look forward to doing that. So as we look forward as to where we are in the process, I would posit to you that we are a little bit further than that other application, and quite honestly, further than most people ever go, because you don't get to this point. Normally, you don't put together a development agreement and you don't go there. The question earlier was about by right development. And Mr. Ross, I think this kind of goes to what you were talking about, which is how do we know what the density is going to be? Yes, we've submitted a development agreement. We will be held to that development agreement. It is a legally enforceable document. But the question was an interesting one that you asked, because what happens when it expires? Normally, that's not an issue, because you have a PUD or you have some larger underlying zoning with upzonings. This is unique because we're asking for less. And so in the case here, what we've also said is that we recognize that that may be an issue. Because what if we build a golf course, wait 10 years, and then build 149 homes when it goes away? We have said, and as part of that development agreement, before we get any permits, we will record deed restrictions which will restrict this property from residential use in perpetuity. That will not happen on this property. And it will be legally enforceable just like any other covenant or restriction is, just like any conservation easement is. It won't happen. And so we have added those protections to protect against that very concern that you have. And it's a legitimate one, and we recognize that. So what we're here about tonight are these two plans. And it's a question of, as you've seen, less development, less impacts, but also economic development, jobs, community investment, items which are part of the comprehensive plan, mind you. And compared to the existing zoning, that CPO development, more houses, more docks, more septic tanks, more runoff than a golf course. So this is that CPO development. Talked about it a little bit more. And the reason it is 149 units is actually quite simple. I think that what the planning director did is he took the acreage and he divided by 3. Well, what the code says is that you take the acreage and you multiply by 0.34. Well, when you multiply by 0.34, you get 149. When you divide by 3, you get 145. So that's the difference if you're wondering where our math comes out. But this is the development. And I wanted to point out one thing in particular, talking about runoff and everything else. Because of the size of the property and the size, minimum lot measurements, et cetera, you'll notice one thing about this. Every single lot on this property will be a waterfront lot or will have water views. It will be on the marsh. And why is that? It's simple. It's just economics. That's what it's going to be. And so you will see that if any development occurs under the CPO, under the current zoning, this is what you're going to have. So that's a choice. This is a choice. This is our plan. This is a better plan. You'll see that peninsula that I was speaking about, and that's where the golf course is located. So the reason, one of the reasons we're eliminating 100 homes is not just because we can't fit them around the golf course. You could put more density around there. But we're creating this open space and we're creating the opportunity for a better plan. And so as we move forward, I'd ask you to please keep in mind those two options and where we are. And kind of in that same vein, I wanted to speak to you real quick about, something when I became involved. When I became involved in this project, I had heard about what happened before. I understood that it was a controversial project. A lot of people that didn't like it. Some of those people are here. And there was a lot of questions about, man, why are you doing this? Why are you going to be in such a controversial project? Why are you going to undertake that? That's going to ruin you. That's going to ruin your law firm. These are things that have been said to me, which is crazy. Because I looked at this and I said, why is this controversial? This is a picture I took the other day in Battery Creek from my boat. This is what I saw when I saw the CPO plan. And this is what you'll see if it goes forward. Docks on the creek. So what we're saying is a 66% reduction in density and 90% reduction in docks, 60% reduction in traffic and traffic impacts. This is our plan. This is real. This is on Ladies Island Drive. I stopped in the median the other day and snapped a picture of Secession. This is the open space. This is what it's going to look like. It's my personal opinion, but I think this is better. And so, you talked about the golf course. When I thought about that, what I thought about was houses that in T2R can be as big as you want them to be. They can be 8,000, 10,000 square feet. They can be massive. Sitting 60 feet from the critical line, up on 30-foot high bluffs. Dock out in front of it. Won't obstruct the view because it's going to be nice. It's going to go down to the water. You're going to be able to see those from Edisto. You're going to be able to see them from the Atlantic Ocean. So what you're not going to be able to see is you're not going to be able to see that golf course. And it's also going to lead to shoreline protection of 30,000 feet of shoreline protection. This is a choice. We have an opportunity for responsible growth. Every time we come here, every time I come here with a lot of folks like Pulte before asking for more, another confusing thing about why it was so controversial, I thought, hell, that's controversial. That's what everybody gets on me every time for. And now I'm coming here and asking for less. So we do have a choice, and there is an opportunity. So where are we going? We're going to T2R. We're already in T2R. So what does that mean? T2R, by definition, is intended to preserve the rural character of Beaufort County. That's also the comprehensive plan's goal for St. Helena, is to preserve the rural character of St. Helena. And so we're not changing that. We're moving forward with those goals. And an important point is that golf courses are only permitted in 2 zones in Beaufort County, one of which is T2R. They're permitted by right. And by their inclusion and their use in that statement, they preserve the rural character of our areas, including on St. Helena. Don't just listen to me. I'm sure Ms. White will get up here in just a minute, but the Coastal Conservation League has also stated that golf courses are consistent with rural uses in rural areas. This is a letter that they submitted when someone was trying to upzone a piece of property from T2R to C3. They stated it would be incompatible with the surrounding areas and that existing land uses in the area include rural residential, golf courses, and forestry. And it could change the rural character of the area. And quite honestly, I didn't think that I would ever see the day where they would be here fighting against us for less houses or them fighting for more houses and more docks, but here we are. Berkeley County, they did the same thing. Residential development replaced by a limited private golf course. And it's been heralded as an achievement of planning and zoning. This article, it's an exciting and unique opportunity for the county to prevent large-scale housing development in a community. Instead of the neighborhood boasting potentially hundreds of homes under the property's current zoning, the track would host a few dozen golfers at a time. It checks all the boxes from an infrastructure standpoint. There's not going to be an impact on schools. There's not going to be an impact on sewer. There's not going to be an impact on traffic. And you don't even have to go to Berkeley County. You can look right here. Look at Spring Island. It was ahead of its time and has been heralded in white paper after white paper after white paper as a preeminent conservation community. The density that we are proposing is less than Spring Island. The density that we're proposing is close to T1 Nature Preserve, the lowest density that Beaufort County even offers as a zoning district. We're offering less, not asking for more. So as we talked about, there's a golf course. The code and those other entities and individuals have stated before that preserves the rural character, and it will do the same thing here in Beaufort. So we asked the question, okay, well, it preserves rural character. Rural character is important under the comprehensive plan. So we acknowledge that the sport of golf was eliminated under the CPO as of 2023, and that's what's led to our request today to be removed from the CPO. But I just, as I looked at this and planned, it's like, why is a sport, golf, the only one, not pickleball, we know how that annoys people at times, not basketball, not football, not baseball, why is golf singled out as the sport that we're going to exclude from the CPO? Well, this is it. So this is what some of those third-party interest groups will tell you. They will tell you that golf courses are an amenity particular to dense residential development and are inextricably connected to it. Inextricably means impossible to separate or disentangle. And so this suggests that when you build a golf course, get out of the way, here come the homes. Here come the cars. Here comes Hilton Head. That's what we hear. That's what goes on the signs. This is what people see, and I get it. This makes sense. This is Daltall, not to pick on Daltall, but this is Daltall, very close to Pine Island. And you see what's there. And there is a lot of density, a lot of development, a lot of roads, impervious surface. It's all there. So as I looked at it and I thought about golf and I thought about this, I said, that's what it is. And I looked in the comprehensive plan and I realized that's what it is. It's the development. It's the density. It's the rapid growth. That's what you see in the comprehensive plans. That's what it says. And it makes sense, that amenity inextricably linked. Because if you look at the properties on the outside of the island, like I've showed you earlier on the CPO version of Pine Island, it doesn't need an amenity. God's given every single amenity that those lots need in the marsh and the water and the air. It doesn't need anything else. They sell themselves. But what it doesn't sell are those interior lots. What it doesn't sell are those hundreds of lots in the middle that can't see the marsh, that can't see the water. That's where the amenity comes in. That's why you need golf. And that's what golf brings. This is what we have. We don't need density. We don't want density. We are not trying to sell more homes. We want to build a golf course on 365 acres, permanently preserved against residential development and open space. Based on some of those comments about inextricably linked, it seems that this plan has done the impossible. That's the difference. And that's the choice. So let's take a look at some of the things from the staff report and see, okay, well, you're proposing a downzoning plan and you want to include a golf course. How does that, as we've stated in our proposal, how does that preserve and accomplish the goals of the comprehensive plan and the CPO better than those themselves? Well, Mr. Merchant was up here earlier, and this is from their staff report. It says the comprehensive plan identifies land development as a primary threat to the island's rural qualities and existing culture. There it is. It's not the sport, it's the land development. It's the houses, it's the density, it's the rapid growth. So let's go to the next. This was also referenced. Large-scale, rapid, and suburban growth. There it is. Such as gated communities, master plan communities, and golf courses. Well, got us. There it is, golf courses. But here's the thing is, when I look closer at that, those are examples of what creates that growth. It goes back into the same thing. You have the growth such as gated communities, such as master plan communities. Spring Island is a master plan community. If you take a golf course off, would that be okay on St. Helena at 1 to 10 units of density? Guess not. But we've got the report. I'm honest, and I've told Mr. Merchant this. I was severely disappointed with the way that it was handled. And it's because there is a lot more to our plan and a lot more to the choice than just the items that I've mentioned tonight. And that component was left out. I believe it was intentionally left out because it makes the decision more difficult. It's not easy. If you leave it out, it's easy. This is what was left out. It is important to note that the comprehensive plan, this is in the CPO, supports steady incremental growth that enhances the island's existing character, rural, provides services and economic opportunities to the rural community. There wasn't a single thing in that staff report about half of that statement. Provides services and economic opportunities to the rural community. So where did that come from? It's sandwiched right in between the two sentences that were provided. But we're going to talk about it. And we've put that in our plan, and we wanted to give you the facts. That's why a month ago, we provided every member of this commission with the plan. We provided county council with the plan. We provided the public with the plan, everything. We provided the plan to be reviewed by the public, but you should know that this plan was developed with the public. It was developed by individuals on St. Helena over 2 years, thousands of people, thousands of inputs. That's how this came about. So one thing is you ask about, there was a question earlier, Mr. Miller, maybe you, Mr. Hay, I can't remember who asked it, but the question was, well, it looks like you're getting everything you want. This is what the community wants. That's what went into the plan. Yes, there's a golf course, and yes, that's what we want. There's no doubt about it. But those benefits, those services, those economics, that is what the community wants. And that's, if you leave that stuff out and you only focus on a use, a sport, it's easy. So let's look at those terms that we saw were left out. Steady incremental growth. A reduction by 100 homes. It's far more incremental than the CPO. Lowest density in the county, we talked about that. This domino effect, this is interesting. I was not aware of this until I started working on this. The Rural and Critical Lands Program, along with the county and some of their own supporters, have come out and said that there is a problem with the CPO as it is, that there are large properties on St. Helena that under the development of the CPO could create large residential communities leading to a domino effect where those other large tracts would then be developed. And there's a real concern for that. And that is in the plan. And so that's, I think, important to consider. We've talked about a 91 or 90% reduction in docks, protection of 30,000 feet of linear shoreline. I just want to stop right there and point out, there was, back in, I think it was 22, there was a project that was done, maybe with the Rural and Critical Lands Program, and it, at a taxpayer cost of $350,000, protected 1,000 feet of shoreline, and it was heralded as a great project. And I agree, it is a great project. But what we're saying is we're going to do 30 times that without taxpayer funds. You can't just ignore this stuff. 60% reduction in traffic. That's what our county's dealing with right now, everywhere. I was in front of you last time with Cherry Point, and it was not good because of the traffic. But this is a 60% reduction in traffic, and that's going to be felt everywhere, not just on St. Helena. It's going to be downstream on Ladies Island. It's going to be on the city of Beaufort. It's going to be in the town of Port Royal. Enhancing the island's existing character. Preservation of 82% open space, the protection of the waterways. And I want to stop here for a second. The removal of 1 million, maybe more, square feet of impervious surface. Remember, that impervious surface is primarily from houses and residential development. That impervious surface is located at 60 feet from the critical line. What we've said is that we're going to move all vertical improvements back to 150 feet at a minimum. The maintenance facility is going to be farther than that. So what this does is, when you're talking about the golf course and runoff, is that you have a huge buffer, you have interior drainage. There is far less drainage and professional management of a golf course as opposed to every guy like me going to Lowe's and putting fertilizer out on his backyard and not worrying about it. Impervious surface is a big deal. We hear about it all the time, and this is important. The removal of the docks protects the shading out of the marshes, creates resiliency. There's a lot more to that, and it's in the plan. I know y'all have, I will say the Planning Commission is notorious for reading materials, and that's in there. More details on that, more details on shoreline protection, but I don't want to take up all night. Providing services. I want to get to this, and then most importantly, I want to get to the next slide. But these services, one thing that's in the comprehensive plan, which was not evident to me, but then when I read it, it was kind of a light bulb moment, which is that purely recognizing the culture is important. And that's one reason why we've talked to people, we've recognized. I didn't realize that the sweetgrass basket industry is in danger, whether it be here or Charleston or Defusky, because of lack of sweetgrass. Why is that? That's because people are building houses right up on the shoreline in that intermediate area where sweetgrass grows. They're putting docks there. So not only are we eliminating that, but we're also going to plant a 5-acre sweetgrass farm, which is going to be given to Beaufort artisans, but also Charleston artisans, and anyone else that is in that trade. The Corners community, defining that as a hub for commerce, that's in the comprehensive plan. And providing land and funding, which totals about $3 million, $2.5 million cash investment, and the land investment for a community and recreational center in the Corners community. And this is what, as I've been involved with this for the last few months, this is the thing that absolutely frustrates me the most. These opponents, these third-party groups, many of them from outside of our area, completely dismiss the economic impacts of this plan. Those are just service jobs, don't worry about those. But I'm not sure if y'all realize when the first bus picks up on St. Helena to take folks to Hilton Head to go work. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. It gets to Hilton Head at 6:30. That's 3 hours on a bus to go to work every day. That matters, and that's a choice. When this moves forward, this property will result in the largest employer on St. Helena, 35 to 70 jobs, average salary of $80,000. The location of those jobs...
Please.
The location of those jobs, very importantly, like I just mentioned, is close to people's houses, close to people where they live. That's important for a number of reasons, but that is a huge element of the comprehensive plan, locating jobs where people live. So they don't have to waste their time commuting, they don't have to impact the roads commuting, they don't have to use up resources for that point. They can take that 3 hours and they can spend it with their family. They can just sleep in a little bit. The other thing that's interesting is that while this is a reduction of 66%, it will actually result of increased tax revenue of 24%. And why is that? Well, that's because these are going to be second homes taxed at the default rate, not primary residences. And so there will actually be more tax income from less development, from less impacts. Additionally, from the standpoint of schools, they're not going to be putting kids in the schools, which is about $13,000 per kid. Based on the full density plan, that's about $1 million in savings every year to the school system by not having those kids, which could be in the full density plan under the CPO. In addition to the full-time jobs, once the property is functional, there are also going to be 300 full-time equivalent jobs roughly during construction and 3,000 across the area during that same time frame. I lost my pointer. So looking at this. There's a question about golf, and if we put golf, and I think the compare golfs to homes is what I heard. So this is a park. This is homes and a park, and Mr. Merchant said, well, you can do all of this under the CPO as it is. And he's right. Anybody in this room can give as many things or benefits or donate as much as they want at any time, no matter what zone they're in. That is correct. So the question is, well, if you have a park and a park is allowed under the CPO, what happens when you put holes in the ground and flags in those holes and you create a golf park? Or, I'm sorry, golf park, a golf course. This is what you get. This is what we've talked about. Those are the things that I've just gone through. There's a golf course. So we have a choice, and I understand ignoring those other items, the services, the economic benefits, ignoring those makes it easy. Just look at the use. It's a golf course. It's got to be no. It's not that easy. This is why the plan conforms to the comprehensive code and the CPO better than the CPO does itself. So there was some discussion about the 9 elements, and we have those, and I have those on some slides. They all include information that I've given before. They've been in the plan and the narrative that was submitted in detail, so I know that y'all have seen those. I'm going to run through some of these and hit the highlights, but we're not going to continue down this path. So the talk about consistent with furthers the goals and policy of the comprehensive plan. We've kind of hit on those. We've got the reduction of the density, protection of the waterways, community and recreation center, the economic investment. That's specifically addressed there. And if you remember, the planning director stated that it doesn't accomplish any of those things because it removes the property from the CPO to allow a use which then destroys the culture in the CPO. That's the basis of the county staff report. And that was in section 1. That was also in section 2. So this talks about, are they in conflict with any division of the development code? Well, we've already said it's currently T2R. Everything that we're doing is allowed under T2R. And I think Mr. Merchant even said that all of this is allowed under T2R. And actually, the density is similar to T1 Nature Preserve, as I mentioned. So the downzoning plan, this is where, again, this is where it gets interesting and more difficult, and where staff sought to take the easy way out. Because you've heard about the community benefits, and actually, Mr. Merchant even recognized that we could do those now. So I guess they are community benefits. Address community need. Their response was, this proposed zoning map amendment does not address any known community need in the cultural protection overlay zone of St. Helena. None. Well, we've talked about them. Locating jobs nearer to people, alignment with the Rural and Critical Lands Program and Green Space Program. Those programs, as we're all familiar with, have designated this as an important property for preservation. We're saying we're going to protect 360 acres from open space and from residential development at no cost to the taxpayer. Those funds for the Green Space Program can be used other places, in other districts. The Community Recreation Center, which is the thing that has been said more than anything else in public meetings. As I went back to the public comments on this very item before, and in everything since, there's always somebody at County Council to talk about the Community Recreational Center. And that is important, and this is essentially what the property looks like. This is a proposal that has come out through charrette processes with the community. This was not developed by us for the community. This was developed by the community based on their needs. And this is some of the things that it could do. It could help with education. It could have after-school programs. It could have recreation, a gym, a multi-purpose space. And this is also something which the county had consultants, hired consultants, spent money, and came up with a proposal that said, this is what we need. And this is what we're willing to help with in this plan. Required by change conditions. So the change conditions are few. One is this marketplace of golf and the use of golf we've talked about, not as an amenity, but as as a replacement for density. That's something that just quite honestly didn't exist back in the late 90s when this was when the CPO first came about. The other issue which has kind of come up is that, and this was provided in the letter that I provided to you this morning. There's a fairly significant section to that, and included in that there's a link to a letter from the vice chairman of the CPO committee. So Mr. Merchant talked about the CPO committee and how it was put together, and then there were more things done, and that's when golf was formally eliminated or excluded as a sport in 2023. The vice chairman of that CPO committee said that he wasn't given all the information. He didn't have all the information to consider, and had he been given all that information, he would have supported this plan over the CPO. He would have supported removal from the CPO. That's significant, and that's why we have, from the beginning, tried to be as open, approachable as possible, get all the information out so there's no question about transparency, there's no question about what we're asking for, there's no question about what we are willing to do. Downzoning is compatible with proposed the area around it. Again, the surrounding area is T2R. We've discussed that. We've talked about how golf courses are preserve the rural character throughout the county. And the interesting part is, I did a quick calculation. This will take off a piece of property 9% of the developable area on St. Helena, north of Sea Island Parkway. 9% will come off and will be guaranteed under this development to be rural and to be maintained. Not adversely impacted lands, surrounding lands. There's obviously a created buffer, the removal of the structures from 60 feet. We've talked about those. Number 7, logical and orderly development. Yes, we're doing less. We don't require the services. We don't impact the roads. We don't need more. We're not asking for more. And with the downzoning plan not result in adverse natural impacts to the natural environment, we've talked about those reductions. We've talked about 1,000 square feet of impervious surface, the open space. And the downzoning plan results in a development adequately served by the facilities. This is another one that the planning department just took the easy way out, I guess, and said, there is not enough information to fully determine whether the development will be served by public facilities. We provided y'all and the planning department with service letters from all of the public utilities stating that it is served by those public utilities. And there is currently water and there's currently electricity at the site to the island, which is important. So we've talked about the development agreement, and we covered that more at the beginning than I had intended to, and so I won't go back through that, but I think that I'm happy to answer any questions about that. As it's been discussed before, this is a matter of legislative action to be taken by council. I think Mr. Holbert put it correctly as y'all's advisory roles, and so I will close by saying that we would respectfully request that the Planning Commission provide its recommendation for approval of the zoning map amendment conditioned upon the execution of a mutually acceptable development agreement containing the items that we've talked about tonight, that you have in your packets, and that we've put in the development agreement which has been submitted and there's a pending application for. So I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dukes. Any questions from the commissioners? Any questions? All right. We have no questions here, Mr. Dukes. Thank you. Oh, you do? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Just from a logistical standpoint, present plans, and I know I'm not asking you to put them in writing. The golf course, public, semi-public, just restricted to the owners of those properties?
It is private, and the important part is that the residential will be required or tied to membership in the club.
Say that again, please.
I said it will be private, and the residential will be tied to membership in the club. which is important because there's been some questions in the past about whether this sort of development would increase property taxes for surrounding properties or in other places on St. Helena. It won't, because of that restricted nature. It is not comparable to other properties on St. Helena. It's questionable whether it would be even comparable to places like Dautaw and Fripp.
And who will own the course?
I'm sorry?
Who will own the course?
The course, that gentleman right there.
The developer.
I'm sorry?
The developer will own the course.
Yes, that's correct. That's the purpose.
Okay. I find it a little difficult today in today's world saying that these people are not going to be permanent residents, but that's my problem. I also question an average of $80,000 when we know that the people that tend the golf course earn a heck of a lot less than that. But thank you.
Thank you. Yes, John?
Mr. Duke, I know in your application it talks about the creation of 35 to 70 full-time jobs. But in your TIA, it states there'll be 30 employees. Can you explain what the difference is there, please?
We have our traffic engineer here to address that. One thing I'll also point out while he's making his way up is that there are 35 to 70 jobs. They're the construction jobs. Mr. Reeves is here. He supports this plan. He operates the largest operational dock of shrimpers, which is located on Village Creek, which is right there. So not only is it going to be creating jobs, it's going to be protecting those jobs which are very important, jobs which in the Beaufort County seal has a shrimp boat, and which are very important under the comprehensive plan. So.
Hey, Drew Lonker, I'm a civil engineer with Thomas & Hutton. The 30 jobs referenced in the TIA.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. The audience can't hear you. Can you speak closer to the mic?
The 30 jobs referenced in the TIA, the traffic
Yes.
impact analysis, those would be the permanent jobs. So any construction jobs are not included in the TIA.
So I think what I'm hearing is that most of the full-time jobs you're mentioning are really only going to be during construction. Is that correct?
Excuse me, LBO Tropiano, 1 St. Helenaville Road. So Drew is referring to the 30 jobs, and I think, Mr. Henney, you're asking why is it 30 versus 35 versus 70? We will get back to you on the 100% accurate number, but my understanding of talking with the traffic department at Thomas & Hutton is that that is based on an AM and PM situation where it nets out to an average of how many people are going to be working on the property at a specific time. But we will get back to you with a full-fledged explanation of it. But there's AM and PM numbers, and I believe if that kicks any recognition of that up for you, Drew, jump in, but I believe that's what it's based on, but we can get back to the facts on that.
Yeah, that's correct. So the traffic impact analysis, and it's outlined in there that it divides up the traffic based on the time of day that the employees are working. So that's also outlined in the analysis.
But I guess I just want to make sure that at least a portion of the jobs that you were talking about are construction jobs, not permanent jobs associated with the development.
So if you remember, I broke that out separately. So there was actually 300 temporary, if you will, but full-time equivalent jobs during the construction period. And those are in the local area, and then it's estimated to be closer to 3,000 in the larger county area. Again, that's during the construction phase. Those are full-time equivalent jobs during that limited period of time. I think what you're getting at is those full-time permanent jobs, which are what we're saying are going to be that 35 to 70. But the point being is that they don't all work at the same time. I actually worked golf course maintenance when I was growing up. You go in and you work and you cut the greens and you do stuff in the morning, and then you go home, other people come in. And so I think that's the idea behind the way it was looked. But we can get you that more information on that, certainly.
Well, because I know in reading the TIA, the 30 was broken down further based on AM and PM peak. So it wasn't all 30 included in the AM or the PM peak.
Well, the way the traffic impact analyses are run, they look at the AM peak hour and the PM peak hour. So that's kind of the where the 30 number comes from, is expected at that AM and PM peak hour.
Well, the TIA said the 30 number came from your client.
That's correct.
I think I've heard what I need to. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the commissioners? No, I guess there are no further questions this time.
Excuse me. So, as Drew said, we'll get you the information. Is Kevin here tonight? The traffic engineer's not here? Okay. But the singular data point there should be recognized as a singular data point in a broader traffic impact analysis that compares the two outcomes for the property. And I did not want it to be lost upon this committee and this commission that the overall reduction of traffic is 60% through data. And I believe, Mr. Henney, what you're getting at is the reliability of that data. And so we'll get you that number. But to that point, what Kevin just said, or Mr. Dukes just said, was the private nature of this golf course development. It's going to be extremely limited and extremely private by design. So what's interesting about the traffic impact analysis is that it's very hard to incorporate those numbers in a manner that reflects that. There's just no code of 30, 40, 70 or whatever it is. I think it's 130B, but it's actually going to be significantly less because Kevin, Mr. Dukes, when he was riding on his boat by Secession, at any time there's between 42, excuse me, would you guys mind? There's between 42 and 120 players on the golf course at any given time, but with an average of 60 players. There's 2 Sprinter vans that go to Secession. And so you see them riding around town, dropping people off, supporting local businesses. That's kind of the concept of a national golf club with a limited membership is they don't have cars. And so the residents do, but as secondary residents, they're only here when they're playing golf. So they're not driving around town, they're actually going in and around the van. So it's a unique concept for engineers, but it shouldn't be lost upon this county because we have a lot of it around here. And I just wanted to point out that understood on the detail, but just didn't want to lose the macro.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, I think we're ready to hear from the public. Before we come up again, just a reminder, you've got 3 minutes. When you come to the podium, please give us your name and your address. Be respectful of the audience and be respectful to the audience. I will call the names up. I've got about 30 of these, so it should take us about 90 minutes. I am going to ask you to stick to the 3 minutes. So with that, we can begin. If there's first person up is Queen Quet.
Good evening, everybody. Glad if a day year one more again, but would have been under different circumstances than this year one more again. As somebody there from St. Helena Island, I worked on all these issues that have been mentioned all evening, climate change, sea level rise, all of these here things. One of the things that I noticed also that 100 children that crack your teeth out is truly them who work in the numbers, like me. So I am a native of St. Helena Island that also is a mathematician. So I've heard a lot like it's simply the economics. But there are no economics to that which is priceless. Gullah Geechee culture is priceless. We knew this and we know this. Not only those of us who are natives, but also people who saw and came to this land between Jacksonville, North Carolina, and Jacksonville, Florida, which is now the Gullah Geechee Nation, and especially those who set foot in the epicenter of Gullah Geechee culture, which is St. Helena Island. Because we saw that we were being robbed of the real wealth, which is our cultural heritage, which is our land, that our literal ancestors' blood, sweat, and tears is in the placenta of Gullah Geechee babies even lies in. No one has said tonight the value of our lives, because it is priceless. There's no number you can place on that. There's nothing that you can give us to sell us again like our ancestors were once sold. But the wisdom that emits from that land came into people in the 1990s as they'd already witnessed what happened in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, and 80s surrounding St. Helena Island. And with that mother with anything like that, they said, we have to do something to protect the culture, which is Gullah Geechee culture. So everything that's been stated tonight, all of these things that are set up on the screen, nothing bears witness to talking about what the Cultural Protection Overlay District was designed for, to protect culture. What culture? Gullah Geechee culture and all the traditions therein. That has nothing to do with zoning because it predated zoning, but it has everything to do with owning. So when we talk about wealth building, I went and decided I would sit here and actually look that up, because I know in my lifetime I have been tired of people coming here saying they want to give us a job that we didn't ask for. So I decided to do what I do. As a computer scientist, I decided to go to the computer. Let the computer tell me what's the difference between a job and building wealth. And the first thing it says is, while jobs provide income, wealth building goes beyond that to encompass accumulating assets and financial freedom. And I didn't really need to read more, but there's lots more here, and I'll email this to you all, because the financial freedom, the word freedom, was critical. We have been free to live our traditions, our culture on St. Helena Island, while we watch others on Hilton Head and Ladies Island and other places right in our county get displaced, gated off, blocked from doing that. And so we call on you tonight to continue to uphold what you did previously with this commission, and that is to uphold what staff has said and reject this application that would remove any portion of the Cultural Protection Overlay District or change any zoning for any parcel of land that's within it, and hold on to the freedom of St. Helena Islands, who are native Gullah Geechees. And those who are from St. Helena that agree with me, please stand as I sit.
Tom Donahue.
Good evening, everybody. Can you
Please
hear me?
be respectful back there. We can't get much accomplished here if we're going to be disrespectful to each other.
Thank you for this time. I'm sorry you all have to go through this again. Until my last breathing breath, I am standing by the Gullah Geechee people. It would be nice if humans could learn from history, but apparently that's one of our faults. Because the Gullah Geechee people have been displaced from every piece of property they've ever had after the Emancipation Proclamation. They've been displaced from everywhere from Jacksonville, North Carolina to Jacksonville, Florida, and it's still going on. There's some islands off of Georgia, just south of us, that they're going through it. This is all they have left. And the insight to do the CPO was a great thing. And, you know, the other thing about golf courses is there's 13 golf courses this side of the Broad River. 5 or 6 of them opened up last year, private golf courses opened up to the public. Nobody golfs anymore. Baby boomers golfed, but most of us baby boomers are pretty near our last breath, you know? And so nobody golfs, and why he thinks that golf course is going to bring all kind of money. The other thing about golf courses is, and I can't swear to this, but Monsanto is the evilest corporation on the planet. I have personally witnessed death from the stuff that they put on these fields. I am an environmentalist, and is somebody going to be there? to clean up the mess every night on this island of all this construction. The other thing that I don't know if this is a federal job or what, but when you stand on the northeast end of Pine Island, all you see is the Atlantic Ocean. Yes, you can see a little bit of Edisto Beach out there, but you're seeing, so it's really a barrier island. And I don't know if the feds need to get involved here to look at that. You know, I just ask you all to please respect the Gullah Geechee people. And, you know, they deserve to have their cultural hub. It's all they have left. You know, I'll quickly say about the infrastructure. I've lived on St. Helena for almost 7 years now, moved here from Virginia. And the infrastructure, I mean, cell phone, even with Verizon, I barely get cell phone connections. The internet stinks. You know, just driving here tonight, the traffic to turn left on Ladies Island on this 21 was backed up to the middle school. And, you know, and I know that most of that traffic must be coming from Fripp, but I don't know. But the infrastructure is nowhere near. You know, all I'm hearing in the news about what's going on in Hilton Head, because they can't get the funding to get the road squared away down there. And, you know, if I wanted to live in Hilton Head, I'd have moved to Hilton Head.
Thank you.
So, you know,
Thank you.
thank you all.
Arnell Brown. Arnell Brown.
We switched places. Is that all right? Yeah, he's number 4. Now on number 3. On Paula Delaney.
I'm sorry, let me find your name. I'm going to ask Mr. Arnell come up.
Don't look at me.
Good evening, and thank you for your service. I have 8 reasons why this application should not be approved. The first one is Euclid versus Amarillo. Almost 100 years ago, a developer took a case to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the community, did not approve the developer's request. And that's so this type of case has approval at the Supreme Court. And I think the attorneys know if they do that, if they proceed in another direction, it's not going to go to the Supreme Court. They're going to shut it down, you know, in the state of South Carolina. The next item, approximately 25 years ago, the St. Helena community rights were communicated through the CPO committee, and that's a valid part of the process to have community input. The investor is asking Beaufort County to violate spot zoning. A few years ago, that word was used before City Council, and the city administrator at that time, as well as the attorney, it was a shock to them that we brought that word up, spot zoning. So this would be a violation of spot zoning if their request is approved. Real estate closer. When the investor bought the land, they knew in advance it had restrictions. And it's not the government, Beaufort County, or anyone else's responsibility to bail them out. If you start giving bailouts, I lost money in the stock market, I need a bailout. The new term, there's 2 changes this year. There wasn't this year. One of the terms is responsible growth or smart growth. You mean to say that we don't have smart growth and responsible growth anywhere in Beaufort County? There's got to be at least 3 projects somewhere that can be used in reference to say, follow the example of some of the projects that are going on in Bluffton. They're building, plans have been built thousands of houses in Bluffton. Thousands of houses. You mean to say that they're not smart? They're not responsible by Pulte Homes and other builders? I don't think so. Quick pro quo. $2 million was put on the table, and we don't appreciate that. That's not part of the process.
All right, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lindia Blount. Blount is the name. It says India Blount? India.
Yes, Jindia.
I'm sorry, you have to, would you check with, would you check with them over at the desk and make sure that you put one in? Would you check over there, please, with this, Miss? Yes, go ahead, Miss Blount. Please start your comments.
Good evening. God bless. My name is Jindia Blunt, and I came to speak to you briefly this evening about why I am in favor of the Pine Island downzoning plan. So, I proudly run a youth nonprofit that mentors the next generation right here on St. Helena Island, that's some of which you see standing here with me today. So I rise today in full support of Pine Island's downzoning plan because it meets real community needs and protects the future that we're trying to build for our young people, which is my heart and my passion. Like the beautiful sister who spoke earlier about overdevelopment in her neighborhood, she made some of the points for us. The current zoning plan allows for larger scaled gated developments that really don't serve us, they really displace us. So my question is, isn't the downzoning plan giving the community a more of a fighting chance to have a say in what gets built and ensure it reflects who we are? We really don't need another massive neighborhood, which would shut us out. We really want thoughtful development, which is what I feel is offered with the downzoning plan and the golf course. It does create real local jobs. I do believe that some people are saying there are jobs that they didn't ask for. However, I'm sure that there are some people that I personally know that would be grateful actually to receive any type of job. So it still also preserves the land. It preserves a way of life, which is far better, a far better alternative than hundreds of luxury homes that the people that look like most of us can't afford. So I think that this is an economic opportunity. Yes, I do. But not at the cost of the culture, our access to the land, or not at the cost of the kids' futures. My nonprofit works every day with these youth who deserve to inherit a land that still belongs to them, not one sold off piece by piece. And I believe that the downzoning plan is a long-term investment in our families, culture, and the youth with no burden to the taxpayers. It ensures growth, and it ensures that it happens on our terms and not a term of the developer or of independent homeowners who buy those tracts of land. So let's do right by the next generation and protect what makes this land of yours that you call home so sacred. So let's pass this plan. Let's pass it on to the children because they do have a voice. They have opinions, they have personalities, they have thoughts of their own. They're not being forced to stand here. Their parents are in full support of what we support to support them. So I've been told that they're being deceived, but again, don't talk at them, don't talk around them, through them, talk to them. They understand what's going on and they have full awareness and full authority over their own thoughts and opinions. So these are just a few of the reasons why I stand in solidarity with this plan. Thank you. Have a good evening. God bless.
Thank you. Jamie Bauman. Ma'am, please, would you be more respectful of the public meeting. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Baumann.
Thank you. Good evening. First of all, I would like to dispel the myth that only people who aren't from here or live here are for the island downzoning plan. I've been a Beaufort County resident since the 1980s, and I'm also a resident of St. Helena Island.
Excuse me just a second. Can you please be quiet over there? We're having a hard time hearing over your noise. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've been a resident of St. Helena Island for over a decade, which would make me a Binya, not a Kumya. I'm standing here with the support of the Community Resilience Hub at 808 on St. Helena and the Gullah Geechee Chamber of Commerce, and with the support of their founder and their president. There is no third option where the developer packs his bags, sells the land, and goes home. We're getting one of two options, and I haven't heard from any side what this third imaginary option is, despite how many times I've asked, and you still haven't heard it here tonight. We're going to get a golf course or 145 houses with septic tanks and docks that will harm our environment and the water around it more than a golf course with retention ponds. To me, your choice should seem obvious as a protector of our waterways and land, and under the current zoning, he's allowed to do that second option, and that will be exactly what will happen without compromise. And let me be clear about this. I am not for a T2R zoning development. I do not want 145 houses on St. Helena, but I also don't want a judge to be the one to decide that. I want the county and the people who live here to decide what happens with that land. The golf course right now is the lesser of two evils. The past year, or the past 2 years actually, I've noticed a lot of hypocrisy surrounding this debate. As I drive around my home island, I'm bombarded with signs that say no gates and no golf. So why is it then Gullah land is exempt from the no gates rule? I drove past 213 acres and 170 acres on St. Helena Island owned by Gullah Geechee, and guess what they all had? Gates. Even our own Penn Center put up a fence and attempted to gate it off not too many years ago, which I stood against alongside with Queen Quet. Another example, the first thing I heard in one of these meetings years ago is that black people don't golf. How insulting is that? Tell that to Tiger Woods. Like, who, and you're saying that there is nobody that golfs anymore? You live in Beaufort County. I said Tiger Woods is black. In fact, didn't our own Penn Center hold a golf tournament back in the 1990s in which our own district representative himself participated in, and it was so successful that they did it twice. Any job, regardless of what it may or may not pay, is better than no job for our locals that have to be bussed on and off the island to work every morning. But it is apparent that the other side doesn't seem to care about that, since they're allowing a hotel and a restaurant at the Four Corners to be shut down for years and not be released. In closing, the real locals
Ma'am, your time is up.
are telling you to step out of the way and let the youth and the new residents of St. Helena decide what's best for St. Helena.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marilyn Hemingway, is it, or Hemming, at 808 Sea Island Parkway? And after her is Elizabeth Ann Hayes, if you could just be in the queue so we can get through this quicker. Marilyn Hemingway from 808 Sea Island Parkway, is that correct?
Actually, it's Marilyn Hemingway with the Gullah Geechee Chamber of Commerce. Thank you. Good
Okay,
evening.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
Yes. I know I have a limited amount of time, so let's start with course correction. That's the opportunity in front of the Planning Commission, course correction. And I can speak to this personally because when I first spoke regarding the Pine Island development, I spoke out in opposition. But the night I spoke out in opposition, I also learned that there was more than one option available to the community in this situation. It is then that I decided that I needed to do more research. And I came back to the county council and I actually stood and said that we needed to rethink this, and in mediation, which I don't know why the current county attorney did not mention that there was mediation involved with that, because there were headlines about mediation. That I then said that maybe the community and the developer needed to get together, and if it resulted in a golf course, then maybe that was best for the community. And since then, I've done even more research. And this research included reaching out to the community, hosting workshops at 808 C. Allen Parkway, and that's why you heard that address, and working with community-based organizations, but also studying the new downzoning plan. And I am here in support of this downzoning plan. But let's stop there and let's go all the way back to 1999, because it's my understanding through research that the county attorney at the time, while stating that the CPO was a good plan, also noted that there needed to be clarification regarding culture. And it's my understanding that meetings were not held, they were ended, not held consistently regarding the CPO and what was impacting the community, and that was maybe not clearly addressed. Clarification of culture. And in 2025, I believe that is impacting what is happening right now. And that leads us to why you have the opportunity for course correction. We need to understand why, if we needed clarification on culture, maybe that was the opportunity back in 1999 to carve out Pine Island, which was never owned by Gullah Geechee. For over 160 years, it was owned by a family that we all knew was not Gullah Geechee. So why a broad swath of bringing in land under the CPO? So that was a time bomb that was just waiting to go off, and it was never addressed. But here we are in 2025, private property owners who decided to sell that land, which was their right, and make profit, to another private property owner who decided to do something with the land. And that private property owner, in spite of opposition, came back to the community in partnership with the community and listened and came back with a downzoning plan with benefits to the community. So I stand here after research and talking to the community members that we are here as the Gullah Geechee Chamber and we support the downzoning plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Ann Hayes. Next in the queue after Elizabeth is Teresa White.
She's gone. Oh, Teresa.
Go ahead, please.
Ready? You said Teresa White or Elizabeth Hayes?
Yes, yeah, go ahead, Elizabeth
said-
Ann Hayes.
Okay, that's me.
That's you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. My name is Elizabeth Ann Hayes, and I'm at 808 C. Allen Parkway. I want to start out by letting you know about my research. First, I wanted to look up the benefits of downzoning specifically when I started to hear about that. What are the benefits for the urban community, specifically as it pertains to downzoning? And this is what I found. Downzoning can offer several advantages in urban areas, shaping communities for long-term stability and livability. And here are some specific benefits, real quick. Preserving historic and cultural areas, reducing overcrowding, enhancing green space and environmental quality, improving housing stability, controlling infrastructure demand, and supporting affordable housing in certain contexts. With being a part of this plan and this organization, I've been to dozens of meetings, workshops, and conversations about this. Unlike other plans, this one specifically, you guys, has been shaped by our voices, the community. For the past 2 years, we have come in through the charrettes process and gave our input. And after doing that, here comes the new plan that includes our input as the community. And I really appreciate that. It reflects our culture, our values, and what we want for St. Helena. Part of that, which is what stood out to me, was the 5 acres Sea Island Sweetgrass Farm, which will be given back to the community. It will provide free sweetgrass to the Gullah Geechee artists. It'll create economic opportunity, and it will keep our traditions alive. Also, this is not a promise. It is a living investment in our culture and our future. I also want to point out once again, developers are always asking for more. We finally have a developer that is asking for less through downzoning and has given the community, including the youth, the opportunity to be involved in the planning process for the past 2 years. And those are the ones who are really important here. So everybody is talking about culture, which the CPO I feel should stand for, Children Protection Overlay. What about them? Because they are our future. Because for the 30-year comprehensive plan, I'm going to be 70 years old in 30 years. That is not for me. It is for them, and I believe that they are the ones that should have a voice in this, and that's who we should be planning for, not ourselves. On the other hand, if you support the Pine Island downzoning plan, it invites a future for responsible growth that everyone can benefit from. Not just one side. Every side will benefit from the Pine Island downzoning plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa White. I'm sorry, ma'am. Would you please sit down? I understand.
She was like number 4. I don't know where he put it.
Teresa White. And the queue is Roy Brown.
Good evening. My name is Teresa White. I am the founder and chief executive officer of the Pan-African Family Empowerment and Land Preservation Network, which has saved more than $20 million worth of Gullah Geechee land in Georgia and South Carolina since 2015. I am a resident of St. Helena Island, and I live on property that's been in my family since the Civil War and Reconstruction eras, and I inherited my portion in 1957 when my mother passed away. This is my first time attending one of your meetings, though I've spoken to the county council on several occasions in support of the expansion, of the development of Pine Island, and seeing what can be done to, for both sides to be able to get what they want without destroying the other in the process. Marilyn Hemingway is correct that in 1999, the county attorney, who was then Lassen Howell, told county council that it was improper to include the entire 64 islands, 64 miles of square miles of St. Helena Island in the CPO, because all of that land was not historically Gullah-owned land, and that was central to their culture. Pine Island is one of those areas that has been owned consecutively by white people for more than 160 years, and it's always been some sort of hunting, a fishing retreat, or some kind of resort. So the use that LVO Tropiano is requesting is consistent with the land use that has been there for generations, and I think it should be granted for the golf course. The only reason why it shouldn't be granted for the golf course, I'm sorry, is because of the CPO. I think that the fairest thing to do would be to leave the CPO in place to protect the rest of the land that's owned by Gullah Geechee people and keep their property taxes down as much as possible. But in fairness to Mr. Tropiano, because of the historic use of the property that he purchased, he should be allowed to be exempted from the CPO. And I would like to, though there are some things that I wanted to address tonight, I've come to understand that you have no authority to deal with those things, so I will address those current concerns directly to County Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Brown. In the queue is Adelaide Sills. Roy?
Good afternoon, and thank you. Thank you guys for what you do, and once again, I come before you thanking you for looking at the downzoning plan. I want to thank CCL for doing that good work, and I want to thank the CPO for what they did, because everything LVO was trying to do, he has done what the CPO has asked him to do. He's downsized to where everybody can win. Like the young lady says, everybody wins. I think at another level, everybody wants the same thing, but we're just getting a harder way to get to it. But I think this downzoning plan and explained by this young man here is a no-brainer. I think everybody gets it. Everybody can see that our children on St. Helena needs help. I do Red Cross. I go to St. Helena a lot of times to a Red Cross fire. I see what we need on St. Helena. I don't care what these folks say about we don't live there. I'm from St. Helena. I see what our children needs. Our children don't have health insurance, home insurance. I've been there Friday night till fire. I know what we need, and I know this plan, with the benefits from this plan, what it can do for our island, how it can bring us up to par. It's not a handout. It's an uplift. It's not a DUI. It's a chance for our children to have an opportunity to have a better life. Some that can't go to college, some that can't afford, their parents can't afford to go to college. You spend an hour and a half to drive to Hilton Head to do the same job you can do at Pine Island. You spend an hour and a half away from your children, you can take a bicycle and ride to work. Come on. I thank you for what you do, and I thank Mr. Tropiano for his elegance. I thank him because he took the time and he did not fray because other folks asked him to fray because for their own private or personal gains. This is a person that cares about the community, has done more in my 75 years than most people on St. Helena has done for themselves. And I thank you for what you've done, and I thank you for what you do for the community.
Thank you. Adelaide Sills, and she left? Okay. Pat Harvey Palmer, and then Craig Reeves after that.
I've been to council a couple times, but I've never had
Could you
the honor to
say
speak
your
to
name,
you all.
please?
I appreciate it.
Would you say your name again, please?
Pat Harvey Palmer.
All right, thank you.
In any case, I said I've been to council a couple times to speak, but I've never had the opportunity to speak with you all. I appreciate it. My story might be a little bit different. I first came to Beaufort, via the Marine Corps in 1966. And some of you might know what it looked like in 1966, but I can assure you that it looks nothing like it does now. And in 1978, I got into real estate. I've been in real estate 45 years. I moved to Del Amo next to Pine Island in 1988, and I've been on St. Helena for 37 years. But just because of my career, I travel constantly north of the Broad, everywhere. And I'm telling you all that every time I get in my car and go down a different road, anywhere in Beaufort, there are more houses, more apartments, more cars, more traffic. I mean, it is just a nightmare. The thought of having 149 houses on Pine Island with 300 cars up and down Del Amo Road every day is going to be a problem for everyone. It really is. I don't think it's necessary. I've asked many, many people to please tell me what Data Island has done to hurt St. Helena. Data has been there with their 2 golf courses for 40 years. And the best I can tell, I've been out there almost 40 years, they have done nothing but good things for St. Helena Island. For 30 years, they have cleaned up Highway 21. I've seen them out there the last couple days. They're out there every weekend. If it weren't for Data Island, we would probably look pretty bad out there. But they've done a good job. I don't feel like a golf course is going to hurt anybody. I really don't. As far as culture goes, there's 64 square miles on St. Helena, 41,000 acres. There's plenty of room for culture. There's plenty of room for people, all of us. We can all work together, be together. It's not about one group winning and another group losing. It's about St. Helena Island winning. And in this particular case, I honestly believe that less is better than more. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reeves, and then Robert New is in queue.
Good evening. My name is...
Excuse me, hang on just a second, sir.
Can I see the list of these ones that spoken?
Yes, and I think these also. See if you can find. Fire register. I'm sorry, Mr. Reeves. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Craig Reeves, and I'm like several of them. I've spoke at county council, but I haven't had the privilege to speak in front of you guys, and thank you for having us. I am in support of the downzoning. In the initial, when it was all came out, I was opposed to a golf course and gates because that's what all the noise was about. But when I actually had an opportunity to look at the two options, it was very clear. If anybody has eyes and ears to see what Mr. Dukes presented tonight, it is absolutely clear that there's one option that's environmentally friendly versus a greater growth, 145 homes and potentially 100 docks. Nobody probably comes before you guys that are asking for less. They're always upzoning. I cannot fathom how, you know, I support the heritage. You know, I'm a fisherman my whole life. My dad was a commercial fisherman. I believe in open land. I support all that stuff. What the Pine Island development is offering is an incredible opportunity versus the development under the CPO, and that's ultimately what's going to happen. And you guys and county council is going to have to choose, and the future really depends on it, because it's less cars, it's less homes, it's less impact on the infrastructure, it's less impact on the environment. When you have internal drainage into ponds versus houses on the creeks, and Village Creek matters to me. I'll just give you a little history. In 1992, when we moved here, there was over 100 commercial shrimp boats in Beaufort County. There's less than 15 now, and about 8 of them are on Village Creek. There's 3 left south of the Broad, 4 maybe. Everything north of the Broad is either at Gay Fish Company or Village Creek. So how Pine Island is developed matters to us. It matters to our heritage. It matters to our culture. I hold 8 leases for oyster grounds. We crab. We have 80-foot shrimp boats. So we're not talking about power boats. We're talking about 80-foot trawlers, 90-foot trawlers coming in and out of Village Creek. So it's important. He's committed not to build docks on Village Creek. It's just unbelievable what he's offering, and I completely ask you guys to reconsider because the CPO is going to force the worst option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves. Robert New is up. Paula Delane, you're in the queue.
Good evening. Thank you for serving. It's true public service what you do. So we have a mystery developer who buys property to develop a gated golf resort, knowing full well that the CPO prohibits just such a development. He never intended to build the houses. The houses are the excuse for the golf course. But let's talk about the reality. Everybody's missing the point. Why is there a CPO? The CPO was created in 1999 because everybody saw that the Gullah culture and all the other sea islands was disappearing. Golf courses everywhere, golf courses. So they, in a matter of genius, they put in the CPO. 2023, it was strengthened. It was strengthened to protect the Gullah culture on the last sea island that has a significant Gullah culture. It's that simple. You allow one golf course, everybody's going to come with the same package, and you got to give it to everybody. And then St. Helena will look exactly like every other island that's absolutely disappeared for the Gullah culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. New. Paula, my apologies, Paula. My apologies for not overlooking yours.
My name is Paula Galaney. I live on St. Helena. And tonight is a really good example, I feel, of what the developer has tried to hoodwink, is the term I use, everybody into believing that he came here to build houses and the golf course, but mainly he wants to build a gated community, meaning he can have all kinds of sports and restaurants and jobs and all that on his little island, but nobody can go in unless they live there, unless they're a member. Last week he talked about digging 18 little holes. I don't know if he thinks we're stupid, but a golf course is not just 18 little holes. And when you question him about the 30 to 50 jobs, did he have an answer? No. Because that is what he has been doing for the last 3 years that he's been here. He also talked about questioning and talking to all of these hundreds of people on St. Helena that are all for him destroying the CPO. Well, as witnessed here, there's a lot of people here that are all from St. Helena. There's a lot of people here that are not. So, you know, the terminology, I was thinking about this at home when I was going to write my speech, which I haven't really talked anything about, but carpetbagger came up in my mind, beating a dead horse, which our friend the lawyer did for an hour, you know, taking advantage of people that they feel don't deserve to be taken seriously. That is not what the people that wrote the CPO thought about. Somebody coming in here and making it just like Hilton Head. Like some people talked about, there are 13 golf courses north of the Broad. 13. Do we need another one? Oh, wait a minute. It's going to be private, which is what he said. It's only going to be for the members of the multi-million-dollar homes that are in the neighborhood, and they're not going to live there year-round. Does he have some kind of guarantee that they're not going to live there year-round? I remember at a meeting 2 years ago when she questioned that, and he didn't have an answer then either. St. Helena is not a bourgeois, hoity-toity, multimillionaire kind of place. It is a Gullah Geechee culture, and they're desperately trying to hold on to it. So I think that you need to take all of those things into consideration and not be manipulated by the developer.
Thank you. I have it looks like Jamie Bauman. Didn't she already speak? No? Yes, I thought you did. Yeah.
Okay.
Juan Tole, and then Princess Smith is in the queue.
Good afternoon. I'm Juan Tolley. I'm an attorney with the South Carolina Environmental Law Project, and we have represented the Gullah Geechee Sea Island Coalition since the proposed development was initially raised a few years ago. And I'm here to say that we would ask you to deny this application and to keep the CPO in place. Legally, denying this application is appropriate. Legally, keeping the CPO is appropriate. What they're asking for is not a better plan. It's the same plan repackaged. This is, St. Helena is special, priceless, as the Queen said. And once it's gone, it's gone. What's the point of having a comprehensive plan? What's the point of having a CPO if we just change it when the developer asks us to? This is not downzoning. They're asking you to change the law. State law allows for the creation of a comprehensive plan by local communities. Beaufort County has come up with a beautiful comprehensive plan and had the forethought to include a cultural protection overlay. And as a result, St. Helena has been very well protected as a result of it. The cultural resources have been protected. The rural nature of it has been protected. The environment has been protected, and we're asking you to keep it in place at this time. We're asking you to deny the application because it is inconsistent with the goals and policies of the Beaufort County Planning Comprehensive Plan. It directly conflicts with and undermines the purpose and intent of the CPO zoning district. It will result in significant adverse impacts to nearby lands, the natural environment, the historic cultural resources, and the traditional rural land uses in St. Helena. Thank you.
Thank you. Princess Smith. Princess Smith. Princess Smith at 50 George is gone. All right. Jessie White, and after her, Marie Gibbs.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Jessie White, again, South Coast Director for the Coastal Conservation League here in Beaufort. I just want to, if I could have an extra second just to respond, because I heard the Coastal Conservation League come up a lot in the presentation, and we're not an applicant, but I do want to just respond since a letter was provided. I didn't get a copy of it, so I'm not sure exactly what one, but if I'm remembering correctly, I think it was located in Okatee, which is very different from St. Helena, which is why there is a recommendation for consistency with rural land uses in Okatee that is different than St. Helena, because there's actually an overlay district on St. Helena, and that is what is distinct about St. Helena. So we are asking for you to keep that overlay district specifically on St. Helena, and the protections that it has in place for St. Helena Island, specifically to prohibit the land uses that are known to be impactful to Gullah Geechee land ownership and culture, which are gated communities, which is not the same thing as a gate or a fence. A gated community is a development that is in restricted access for the entire neighborhood. It also prohibits golf courses and resort development. All of these land uses were specifically identified in the National Park Service's environmental impact study and special resource study to designate the federal Gullah Geechee National Heritage Corridor. So these uses are well documented as causing a rise in residential property taxes and displacing people from their homes. And it's not so simple as to just say, if this is private property, it's not Gullah property and it should not be included. It's bigger than that. The overlay is about having foresight and thoughtful, well-informed decision-making into the future. And in fact, 3 decades ago, the St. Helena community made that decision to have a different vision for the future of their landscape. And that vision was enacted into law as the CPO, and it has been reinforced in the years since. What's before you tonight is simply, just as the speaker before me said, a repackaged plan. It's really the same plan that's been before you. It's dressed up differently. It has some new spokespeople, but it's really just the same plan asking for
I'll allow
more.
you another 30 seconds, okay?
It's asking for more, not less, because a golf course is not allowed. And they can build the houses today, but they're here asking for more, which is a golf resort. Our rules exist for a reason, and St. Helena's CPO has been protecting St. Helena for nearly 3 decades. Allowing an exception for one property owner will open the door for many more to follow and usher in incompatible, irresponsible development that's inconsistent with the zoning code and the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Marie Gibbs and Marquis Farrell is in the queue.
Good evening, Council. My name is Marie Gibbs, a longtime resident of St. Helens Island. And I just had a parable. As I was sitting down, something came to me. If one mosquito bit you, you'll have the same sting as 140. And I took offense to someone saying that people on St. Helens Island have not done anything without the developer. Well, I have a PhD. All these people have master's degree. It wasn't because of the developer, because of the community, our families, and support we got from St. Helens Island. I stand before you tonight again to defend our cultural protection overlay plan. The developer has presented a rewritten plan with a new vocabulary, different fonts, and a new name, downsizing. Don't be fooled, as we are not. It's the same plan with the same goal, a gated golf resort. That's a big, big dream. As I recall, in 2023, you denied the developer the request to change or alter the CPO. We're asking you to uphold the CPO as you did in 2023. The hope is to weigh us down with smoke and dust. We're the Gullah Geechee people. We have persevered and endured many storms in our lives. If you don't know, you better ask somebody. We are resilient people. We didn't come to America on a yacht. We came in chains, and we were able to buy land in 1862 on St. Helens Island, South Carolina, when others were still enslaved. Our chains are broken as we build our lives on the island through self-sufficiency and self-reliance. The land was farmed, and waterways provided food, and money earned was used to send children to school. Better lives on the island, as you see, our CPO plan has been our savior. If I was in a gated community, I would never be able to go to school and did what I've done in my life. We already know the developer's plan. The followers feel, as expressed in our last meeting, they disrespect us in the last week. The blatant disrespect is not necessary. We value who we are, and we give respect to our ancestors for having their vision for the CPO plan. They didn't have master's degrees or PhDs. They had common sense that put in place for protection and security of our land and waterways for future generations on St. Helens Island. A lot of young people are talking, but they don't know. But the old people say, follow the old dog. They're not following the old dog, so they don't know what they're doing actually. We don't need anyone to buy us in return for support. The kind of plan doesn't last. Young people and old people, wise up. You're not self-reliant. It will not end well. Two of those businesses have already closed from support given to you by the developer. My young people, a gated community with a golf course will not offer you a living wage job.
Ms. Gibbs, your time is up.
All right, please do research. Again, we are not committed, we uphold the CPO committee. We're not going back.
Thank you. Mr. Farrell?
Good evening. My name is Marquis Farrell. My first involvement in these proceedings started when I was 16 years old. Back then, it was taking Highway 21 to 4 lanes across the island. That's what led to a lot of this today. When I left for the Navy, they had just really started talking about the comprehensive plan. I was honored to be part of that discussion. When I came back from the Navy, I was honored to be appointed to the Planning Commission. While I was on the Planning Commission, we created the zoning ordinance. While we created the zoning ordinance, we again revisited the idea of the CPO. Why did we need it? Was it still needed? How would it benefit the community? All of those things were answered. Tonight, what I want you to remember that this is not a downzoning. This is a marketing ploy. This is someone trying to sell us something by changing the name of what it is. They're asking you to remove the CPO so that the value of the property will increase, making it more of a bargaining chip that they can hold over our heads. They can then say, I can bring in this much money and you can't afford to buy it from us. They're then able to say that we're able to get this much money and you guys will be beneficiaries because it will be increase your tax base. They're then able to say that this is how the world works today and that we don't care enough about our community to be good neighbors, because that's what it ultimately comes down to, is being a good neighbor and trying to work together. I've heard everybody out here say the same thing. They want what's best for St. Helena. Well, if you undo the CPO, which you will be doing by granting this one parcel from leaving it, you're going to invite others to do the same thing again and again, and the dominoes will fall and we will lose the island, I promise you. We see it happening all around us. The gentleman from Sea Eagle was talking about oysters. I remember when there were wild oyster beds everywhere. You couldn't walk on the marsh. And now you look at it and you say, what happened to it? I'll tell you what happened to it. We forgot our principles. The zoning is important, but the CPO is more important because it protects the culture. I yield.
Thank you, thank you. Felice Lamarca and Brian Houston is after. Yes.
Felice Lamarca. You want to talk about oyster beds? Then let's talk about the Ocoee River. Ms. White, you didn't help us very much.
Would you please talk to us up here?
Yes,
Thank
you, sir. I apologize.
That's all right.
The Ocoee River's oyster beds you can still see, but you can't eat any of the oysters out of those beds. Why is that? Because of all of the development around the Ocoee River. From Cherry Point and all the way around, from 278, Berkeley Hall, Belfair, you know what I'm talking about. We don't want that on St. Helena. I will fight everywhere in this county to limit development and growth that is suffocating it. We have a developer who wants to limit beyond my wildest dreams. If he'd come to Ocoee, I'd help him. So you take the CPO. The stated purpose of the district was to provide opportunities to protect natural and/or cultural resources found on St. Helena Island. Then the staff went on to go into, although the intent of the CPO district is to protect St. Helena and the Gullah culture from encroaching development pressures, growth is not discouraged. However, the quality and rate of growth is of concern. In section 2 is not in conflict with any provision of this development code. I read, therefore, the Cultural Protection Overlay District is designed to complement the underlying zoning districts on St. Helena Island by limiting large-scale development. 149 homes versus 49. It's simple math to me. And at the sacrifice of having a golf course, I'm sorry, it's simple math. The golf course does not hurt the community more than 149 septic tanks and God knows how many docks. We won't be eating oysters, local oysters. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Houston. Brian Houston. Did you already speak? All right. I did. Brian Houston, 114 Whitfield Street. Willie Terrell. And after Willie is Natasha Robinson.
Brian?
You said Willie Terrell?
Willie Terrell. Willie Terrell. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir. Please.
Confused. How y'all doing? Good evening, commissioners. My name is Willie Terrell. Tonight I speak not out of politics or emotion, but from a place of lived experience and community truth. Across Beaufort County, we've seen time and time again how conservation and downzoning has been applauded and appraised. I don't understand how this perfect downzoning plan meets such opposition. Let's be clear about what the plan really does. Less docks in the waterways, less septic tanks in the marshlands, less homes clogging our roads, overloading our services, less gentrification pushing black families off ancestral lands, less environmental degradation, less cost to taxpayers, and most importantly, golf courses drain internally and not externally. That reduces stormwater, not increases it. It is rare that a development team of volunteers, a developer volunteers to downzone themselves, especially in a way that directly aligns with the community values, and yet here we are. Pine Island's proposal listens to the people. It reflects the actual will of the community, myself included. Born and raised on St. Helena. My kids go to St. Helena. I work and live on St. Helena. I'm a business owner in the Corners community on St. Helena. So I keep hearing this theme about protection of the Gullah people, and the question is, what Gullah people are you referring to? And how did I get drawn out of that line? And if we're doing those kind of fancy drawing, then we have a greater issue at play here. So I kind of want to address something that I've heard several times about the CPO. And although I'm in favor of cultural protection overlay, I have to be honest about the results here. So let me take a second, not through sentiment, but through results. The CPO was created in 1999, supposedly to protect Gullah Geechee people, their land, their way of life. But if we use data, not emotion, here's what actually happened. And here's what's actually protected. In 1999, the black population was 66%. In 2025, it's 36%, and it's projected in 2040 to be 18.7%. Tell me, how is that protection of Gullah people? How can you protect a people that's not there? The median household income in St. Helena Island is nearly 30% lower than the county average. The CPO prohibits gas stations, car washes, and grocery stores, making basic needs inaccessible. You can't build a duplex, you can't open a franchise, you can't develop commercial retail, but developers in these neighborhoods across the bridge can build multi-phase resorts with no such burden. Since the CPO's passage, Gullah land ownership on St. Helena has declined every decade because residents are locked out of economic viability and forced to sell land just to survive. So in truth, the CPO has become a cultural straitjacket. It freezes our people in place economically while outsiders write grant reports about preserving the soul of St. Helena as if culture exists without people.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell.
Thank you.
Natasha Robinson and Marilyn Hemingway is in the queue, please.
Good evening. My name is Natasha Robinson, born and raised on St. Helena Island. My great-great-grandfather, Ed Brown, who left his property to my great-grandmother, Susan B. Brown Johnson, who's now that property then went on to my grand-aunt, Sadie Jenkins, in care of Sadie Jenkins, and now myself and my mother and my brothers live on this property. My family has been on St. Helena Island for over 100 years, totally invested in this property. Gullah Geechee, from my soul, through my blood, and through my skin. So let me say this, everybody who feel that they doing so much to protect St. Helena Island, preserve. Do you know what the word preserve means? It means to leave it alone. So
please talk to us.
Yeah, it means to leave it alone.
You'll have to sit
so
down.
With the green downsizing people and even to the CPO, I think I'm fighting by myself because they're greedy, money-grubbing people on each side who are fighting over this property. And if it's really to be preserved and it's really for the Gullah Geechee people, then how many mailers have ever been sent out to Gullah Geechee people's mailboxes, who's been there on this island for at least 50 years or better? These elders, their words should be impartial to this. These are the real standing staples of our Gullah community. Why are they not incorporated? Why are they not informed? Send mailers to them. Some of them are disabled and won't be able to make it out. Send those out. Let them be a part of this decision making, because it belongs to them more than it belongs to anybody else. Again, and another thing, this golf course downsizing, a new pretty word now for systematic gentrification. People, pesticides, germicides, insecticides, herbicides, plant hormones, and growth projectives are used. 50,000 pounds into golf courses. And with the runoff and these chemicals, they are now linked to many cancer cases found in people who play golf or live around golf courses. Also, they destroy the natural habitats and kills off the wildlife. If you are really going to protect St. Helena, take this into mind. Take this into mind, that if somebody says no, a woman says no, it means no, right? So if a man comes and flashes $1 million and tell me he's giving me 2 options, does that make it any less of a rape? Thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn Hemingway, and then she left also. Down there.
Was it?
All right, quiet down, please. I'm trying to get through the list. Tim Joy. Tim Joy. And then behind him, Robert Sample.
Thank you for having me. I stuck around this long to prove a 77-year-old white man could stick it out. This is not about money. I've been around, I've seen a lot of development in 77 years in different places. I come here 18 years ago, I'm staying here. I'm staying here because this is a place that knows who we are and where we are, and certainly St. Helena is a unique place worth savoring and saving. If we don't do that, if we remove the cultural overlay, and the culture is bigger than Gullah. Look at all, I don't live on St. Helena. I drive through it. I appreciate it. I understand what's fair. There is an eclectic, multi-level culture on St. Helena of all kinds of different people living together, except in the gated communities. There is a cultural implication to an elite development. And part of what offends is it says, we're in here and you are not. And it is a falsehood that this is going to stimulate the economy of the ordinary people on St. Helena. I have not seen a development of that kind or any residential development that brought lasting economic development unless somebody was building a factory or a call center where there were all those jobs. There are going to be damn few jobs at a golf course, and they're not going to pay much. Please, do not recommend removal of the cultural overlay. There will be no end to it. There will be no end to it. The land we have, culturally and ecologically, is precious, and it's attractive, and people want it, and there's always going to be those people knocking on the door. Please recommend maintenance of this. I understand it is not perfect, but I'd rather have 145 houses that ordinary people could live in than this elitist approach.
Thank you. Thank you. Robert Sample, and then Stroud Armstrong. Robert Sample. Left? Okay, are you Stroud Armstrong?
Stroud Armstrong.
All right, sir.
All right. It's a pleasure to speak with you, and thank you for hearing this. Unfortunately, we all have to come together because of one arrogant carpetbagger coming into town and wasting all of our time to have to stand up and explain.
Please talk to us.
This is an ordinance we all stand behind. My family's been here over 25 years. Well, they're all dead now. I came back to take over the family place and be part of this community on St. Helena. I respect it. And I know about the CPO. I live under it. I follow its ordinance, just like everybody else who lives on St. Helena. And then one guy comes along and wants to say, that law doesn't apply to me. I'm going to come in here and take this 500 acres, and I'll do what I please with it. I don't care about the rest of you. And acting like, I'm sorry, look, and acting like it has no effect on the rest of us. And you want to say, oh, carve out Pine Island. That wasn't owned by Gullah people, so it shouldn't be part of the CPO. As though you can start going around saying, well, my family owns 5 acres, on me now, next to a Gullah cemetery. My neighbor owns 13.5 acres on the other side of that cemetery. So maybe we should be exempt from the CPO too, because we're not Gullah, right? We came in and bought an old oyster factory and converted it into residential development. And you talk about jobs coming in, how many locals are going to be hired for this work? Paid $80,000 a year. How many locals were hired for Datal and paid a high salary? And even today, maybe from St. Helena. No, there's going to be more traffic coming in and going. And you're talking 70 more cars. And in the interest of time, I'm speaking very quickly, sorry. And plus, I'm nervous and anxious and tired. But I just did quick math looking on Google Earth, too. And that island of Pine Island looks like it's about 123 acres, right? And if you divide that by 4, that's 41 houses. So he's actually got high-density development on that island, regardless of the golf course or not. So that island's still heavily encumbered, right? And the only island I saw out there that was cut out from the CPO was Morgan Island. And I guess no Gullah, no white folks, no Gullah living out there. And the point of, like, you start cutting out little parcels of land and saying this is exempt, this is exempt, this is exempt, and now you got a little shotgun patchwork, no connection, no community coming together, right? And what are they going to do? Build a bridge from Edisto over to Morgan Island and come over to Pine Island so they don't have an impact on St. Helena? No. They're coming right through St. Helena. All this traffic's going to be coming and going. And you're talking 300 workers or something in the beginning to do construction. Well, that's all construction workers coming in and going and all the trucks. And by the way, was there, you say no runoff and it's all going into the ground. That won't affect anybody. But how many people living on St. Helena live off of the groundwater itself? I have a well. I live right down the road. Will my well be impacted? Will other neighbors' wells be impacted? And exactly to the point, too. When this starts, what's going to stop it from being the next little patch and every little property mark that can be picked up? All that farmland could just go right up to golf courses again and be gated communities. And it's a domino effect, and that's erosion. I mean, you watch the glaciers eroding bit by bit, just little bit by bit, and that's all that's going to be happening on St. Helena. Little bit at a time, we're all going to be done.
Thank you.
And why don't we look about preserving sweetgrass?
Mr. Chairman, I'm told that at 9:30, in just a couple of minutes, the lights are going to cut off. So if you could take a recess and then allow them to reset the lights and bring them on, you can continue the meeting.
We have a vote to take a 10-minute recess, or however, to get the lights back on. I make a motion? Can someone make a motion for a recess?
Motion we take a recess.
Second? All in favor? All right, we'll take a recess to take care of the lights. Thank you. We'll come back.
They go on and off automatically.
Elena Scott, and then Barbara Childs. Elena Scott. All right. Thank you. Quiet down, please.
Good evening. I do have the grace of age, so I do understand the history of what we have done on St. Helena with our CPO. After we prevented a 5-lane across our island, we realized that our island was endangered by unfettered growth. We knew that it was necessary to do everything possible to preserve our open space, our farming, and the way of life that we cherished. This began our work on the comprehensive plan. We held the line on open space and sense of place. The second comprehensive plan comes along. We took another active part in that, and we were even more successful. We put the commercial development on Ladies Island, and we also knew that we would not permit closed gate communities, golf courses, or franchise businesses on St. Helena. And we also included our very special family compound designation that is based on the Gullah tradition of families living together on small parcels while keeping the large parcels available for farming and other traditional island lifeways. We did everything possible to protect St. Helena until we were undermined by a criminal county attorney named Eric Greenaway.
Please.
So now we have to deal with a county employee who had the duty to enforce our protections, but who fell in love with a developer while having secret meetings.
I'm going to ask you to sit down.
dinners,
If you
drinks,
please stop it.
golf dates
Please
together
stop.
with his beautiful friend,
Ma'am,
as he posted it on Facebook.
this is
We
not
all know
this is not
about
appropriate.
Greenaway.
I'm going to ask you
Let
to
me
sit down,
finish.
not unless you stop being disrespectful to individuals not here. Please, or anywhere, anywhere.
Okay, I'll stop being disrespectful.
Just state your case,
of
please.
A former county criminal employee. Do you need a brain surgeon to know how these people operate? They don't have any knowledge or care about the Gullah Geechee culture, which has been invisible to everybody until we took a stand. And for those who do not understand, they need to be told that once the door is open for LVO, there will be a precedent set that every other developer will leverage to get what they want. The supporters of LVO do not understand the death knell of development. If they want jobs, they need to go find some jobs. There is no money in service to the uber wealthy. Now, St. Helena Island, 1971, you need to know your history. The largest black land ownership. Geechee culture. The island of St. Helena is sacred ground. Why do you think we work so hard on cemeteries and burial sites? Because over 8,000 souls formerly enslaved are buried on our island.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Of course,
Your time is up, ma'am. Could you please close?
I am so insulted that that man got to speak for hours and we don't get it.
Barbara Childs, is she here?
She's already spoken.
She already spoke.
Yeah, she's a former planning commission member.
How do we get two of these? All right, that ends the public comment section. I'm going to bring it up to the DS. There are no more. I get all the ones that I've received. Have been spoken.
Did Inez get to talk? No? Okay.
All right,
We'll just give it
we're bringing this piece up to the. You have one more.
Inez Miller, St. Helena Island. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Council, and thank you for staying and hearing us out. Are you going to undermine the court system that we have gone before already. We will not be bought by this system here where you buy people and look for ways to get them off of their property. The Corners community is sacred space owned by people from the Gullah community. You can't just come in with a recreation center. That is not a good fit, and you don't undermine your Glover, who already has a plan for a recreation center. Do your research. The people here tonight that was brought in with the green shirts, I think that's ridiculous. Some of those people are not from St. Helena, and some of them I went to court with to help them save their land. They didn't come up here to speak tonight. I just want to get it put on record. These children, where are your parents that came out here tonight? LVO, we don't want you buying us. We do not want to be like Hilton Head Island. Uphold the CPO, respect what County Council has done so far. Please, it's sacred to us, it means a lot. We are fighting 2 years now, going into 3 and 4 years. We don't deserve this. We are fighting for our property rights, to stay on our land, to have our oceans. Coastal Conservation League and every other agency, check out the research. Look back over some of the meetings that this is harmful to the environment. Yes, we have less fishermen now and people working in the oceans. Why? Because we are destroying our neighborhoods and community. I still want to eat fish, oysters, and shrimp and everything else I came upon. Please listen to us, respect us, and stop trying to buy us. It's too much traffic in that corner.
Please do.
It's
Please
not
do.
a fit.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen, are we finished? Kristen, that it? All right, thank you. All right, we made it through that phase. We're back up at the Diaz here.
Mr. Chairman, under the rules of procedure, now that the public has spoken under the Planning Commission's rules of procedure, the applicant is given an opportunity to reply.
This
This
is not an appeal process. This is
No,
not.
it's under your Planning Commission rules of procedure for all hearings before you. I just wanted to make sure that that was brought up. It is an optional, and it's given just I think you can limit it in time as well, but I wanted to make sure from a procedural standpoint that they were notified of that right.
Brian? All right. That's
And
it.
I did. I just pulled them up just to make sure.
All right. Do you care to say anything further?
Very brief. We'd just like to point out and reference the objectives and goals of the Planning Commission, which is to advise council on matters relating to the preparation for the future, to advise councils through the Planning Department on the ways to overcome collective problems. So we've seen that tonight. We've offered a plan, and there is a choice that has been presented. So I would close by saying that, again, we would respectfully request approval contingent upon the items listed in the development agreement being agreed to by County Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. We're up here at the DS. Are there any comments that anybody would like to offer amongst ourselves?
What you said, I'm sorry.
Any comments that anybody would like to offer, make amongst ourselves before we ask for a motion? No? All right, then I would like to have a motion on this issue.
Well, I was ready to jump in at least with a comment anyway.
All right, well, go
Sorry.
ahead. Go ahead with your comment.
I guess my first comment is I want to acknowledge and recognize the fact of folks from both sides of this debate for your fortitude in being here tonight, and what we understand that everybody is passionate about this issue, and just thank you for hanging in there with us. Regardless of where you sit on this debate, you all deserve to pat yourselves on the back for hanging in there and being here tonight. The comment, I guess, that I was going to make had to do with the CPO is something that has been around, as has been mentioned a number of times, since 1999. So it's certainly not a new concept, and it's not, in my opinion, an outdated concept, because there have been a number of times where this has come back up and has been reaffirmed and even strengthened through a public process. The underlying zoning for St. Helena, the T2 rural, is basically the zoning for most of the entire island. So it's that one residential dwelling unit for 3 acres, which is certainly a much more rural pattern than we hear about a lot of the developments in Bluffton and in other locations, where those subdivisions are closer to a traditional subdivision of one residential unit for 1/4 of an acre. So again, in my view, one home for 3 acres is not a very dense development. And when you're talking about 149 houses over 400 acres, that's still not very dense, in my opinion. So our job as a planning commission is to look at the requirements for a change in zoning and to essentially uphold the comprehensive plan. As far as I'm concerned, the CPO is something that is supported in the comprehensive plan as well as the underlying zoning, so I don't necessarily see a justification for eliminating this particular property from the CPO.
Other comments? Mr. Ross?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I've gone through it seems like mountains of paperwork, and it hasn't just been for this application, it was for the appeals and for the prior applications, and one thing just keeps coming back to mind, and one that was discussed by the developer was the domino effect. And I looked at it from a different way. If we get this carve out of the CPO, that's where the domino effect is going to take place, because it will set a precedent, as many folks have said, to where, well, he got it, why can't we? And then we'll be through another 2 or 3 years of public hearings and discussions and paperwork and work by the staff to get this stopped. The other question that I had, and this is purely just for me, the developer has talked about his wanting to be a part of this community and make the community part of this development that he wants to make. I don't know what the developer thinks. I don't know what goes on his head, but the first thing that came to my mind is that if a developer really had the community and he looked at this 400 some odd acres, 500 acres, and said, I want to do something that's right for the community. I want to build 50 or 70 houses. I want to build a recreation center. I want to build a sweetgrass farm. And I also want to have a conservation easement for the rest of that acreage in honor of the Gullah Geechee community to show them what a good neighbor I am. That was just me, of what I thought. It doesn't play into any of the rules or anything that comes as far as the CDC or the CPO. But that was my gut instinct, my gut feeling that came out about it. The way the CPO is written, for me, it's twofold. One is to protect a history that's going away. And once it goes away, it's not there anymore. You can read about it in books, you can talk about it, but it's not there anymore. You know, go to the Chapel of Ease, go to some other areas throughout northern Beaufort County and see what's happened to the Gullah communities. Go to the Brick Church across from the Penn Center. I mean, these things are going to start dwindling away to where it's not going to be left. The cultural protection overlay is there for a reason, and it's to protect a heritage that is just being eaten up every day, every day. I, for one, I can't, my heart of hearts, I cannot support this.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Other comments? I have some comments I'd like to make. The Planning Commission has a set of independent standards by which we make our decision. They're outlined in the comprehensive plan, and they make up of 9 different review standards. And by my count, most of those standards aren't met in the application as outlined by the staff. So rather than make my decision on a basis of an opinion, I'm going to those facts. The zoning map, in my map amendment request, in my opinion, doesn't meet most of those standards. And they're outlined in the, as I say, in the staff's report. Further, the CPO was, as we've all stated, decided and codified in 1995, and yet again reinforced, reintroduced the guidance in the 2020 Comprehensive Plan and by the CPO Committee on May 8, 2023, and amending to give greater emphasis on the threats to St. Helena and its natural and cultural environment. Was approved by County Council, and again is outlined in tonight's staff report. It says nothing about changing the CPO boundaries, but rather supports existing CPO boundaries. For those reasons, I'm not in favor of taking a piece of property out of the CPO. That's my comment. Any other comments?
I don't think this is going to be the end of it. If the applicant does, if we go with a denial, the applicant will probably just turn around and file another lawsuit. That's my opinion. But on the other hand, to go against 30 years of public policy decisions and making and all that just doesn't make any sense to me. And I just can't support this either. That's it.
Thank you. Anybody else on the DS? Eugene? Gail? Dan? Cicely? All right, Dan?
In all my years of being in the development business, I don't think I've seen as fine a presentation as the one that was made by the developers tonight. With all that said, the passion and the love that these people have shown in this room for their way of life, for their traditions, I can't support this proposal.
Thank you. Further discussion? If not, I'd like to have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. I'd like to recommend denial of the zoning map amendment rezoning request for 437 acres of R300 012 000 0254 quad 0, R300 012 000 0255 quad 0, R300 012 000 0001 quad 0, R300 007 30 0002 quad 0, and R300 011 000 0275 quad 0, located at 288 Delamo, I can never say that, Delamo Road, to be removed from the cultural protection overlay boundary.
Have a second? We have a second. All those in favor of the motion of denial, raise your hand.
List your criterias.
That's a unanimous denial of the motion. Denial of the application.
Let me make sure this is working. Mr. Chairman, we do have one matter. It's unfinished business. If you recall from the earlier application, There was a motion to approve with conditions that was heard by the Planning Commission that ultimately failed for lack of a majority. Your role is to make a recommendation. So ultimately, we need to have some sort of affirmative denial, approval with conditions, or approval. My understanding, based off the context of that first application and what was said, is that would be a motion to deny that needs to be heard, a motion to recommend denial of that. That was the Pulte Homes application on Jennings Road. So I think that if you could just kind of close that little loop for us, I think that's the last item we probably have on our agenda tonight.
Do we have a motion for denial of the first application?
Completely agree with what Mr. LaBruce just said, but before you move on to that, to finish that one up, I just need guidance from the commission as far as the criteria that you're going to use to recommend council deny the motion that you just made. Is it in accordance with all the criteria laid out in the staff report? Is it out of just a certain number of those criteria? I just need some guidance for council to give them definition as to what your recommendation is based upon. Those 9 different criteria.
And again, I took some notes here based off of what I heard. It was my understanding that the implicit, it wasn't clearly stated, but it would have been criteria 1, 5, and 6 of your 9. Those are the ones that are in conformity with the comprehensive plan. That is, it's compatible with existing and proposed uses surrounding the land subject to the application and is the appropriate zone and uses for the land. And finally, would not adversely impact lands. Those were the main things that I heard from the commission. But I do agree with Mr. Holbert. That is your obligation, is to confirm at the Planning Commission level what the criteria are that would base your recommendation of denial.
Can I have that?
Sure, I'll bring it over there.
I don't recall.
Is he stating the
Just clarifying and put it in the language. And this is the language we need to put it in?
No, I know, but I didn't know if you read the Pine Island one or if he's reading the Ramsey.
I'll go into the podium just to make this clear.
All right.
And again, I apologize. This is only my second time with y'all in 3 or 4 years, so it's a little bit of a learning curve with a new body and a new board. But your obligation is you're supposed to make findings of fact and conclusions of law as to the elements that are outlined in the Code of Ordinances. You have 9 different criteria under which you're supposed to evaluate this zoning map, this proposed zoning map amendment. Those 9 criteria are set forth in the staff report and in the applicant's response. They include things that you've heard about here tonight, from addresses a demonstrated community need, is required by changing conditions, but they are all outlined in there. For the benefit of county council and for the benefit of a clean record, South Carolina law does require you to make those findings as a cohesive group. So when you vote unanimously to deny, you need to vote unanimously to deny based on which of those criteria this amendment failed to meet.
I believe we stated most of what we felt were the basic standards that were not met as it relates to the comprehensive planning, the zoning and map review standards.
Yeah, and I think what the county attorney has requested is that it be explicit and not just
which
a
ones?
reference to which parts, but actually make in a subsequent motion that the recommendation to denial is based on the failure to meet criteria as set forth, criteria 1, 5, and 6. Those are the ones that I heard from y'all.
Discussion? All right. Hang on with us for a minute. Well, I had more than that.
And we're talking about the first.
No, sir, this is about Pine Island. Right now and I'm sorry, we got We got off track there. This is about Pine Island, about what the criteria are for the basis for denial, which of the criteria it failed to meet.
All right, I got you.
Would y'all like me to outline that criteria again for you? But it should be available there on the staff report.
Yes. I had in conflict with 3, 4, 6, 5.
I thought he said
5.
And 1. And 1.
And 3.
Well, that's 8 out of the 9. Which one?
Mr. Ross made the motion, so whatever he based his motion on, or the criteria, that should be seconded and then voted upon.
Thank you.
So do I need to discuss, or do I need to state the reasonings why?
Yeah, if you would just go through the numbers out of 1 through 9 that you think are appropriate as far as why you recommended denial.
Right. And somebody tell me, do you want to go through them?
Well, I thought
or
we
do
did
I
it
have
all.
to?
It's easier if you did it because you made the motion.
Very well.
We're in agreement with the staff report.
Yeah, I think basically we're in agreement with the staff report, all 9 of the standards.
That's,
I agree.
I agree with that.
I have a question.
No, I've got it.
And we have
Even if staff.
So can we say
recommends-
just something
And we
as
listen to
simple as,
testimony.
based on the recommendations of the staff report, we agree with the staff report, and that's what the basis of our denial is? Let it be written, let it so be said.
I second as I had originally.
All of that, can I have a vote to reaffirm all of that? All those in favor? Unanimous? All right, thank you. Finished with that, Mr. LaBruce?
From the county attorney.
We just reaffirmed.
Yes, sir.
In the statement.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. I apologize.
Well, I would just, is there any other issue on that particular?
On the Pine Island, no, sir.
All right, thank you.
So
Thank
there's
you.
still the one outstanding
Let's
issue
go
on the
back
other.
to the first one that we came on. We wanted an affirmative response to a vote for a denial
Yes, sir.
on the application on 98 Jennings Road.
Yes, sir. So just need to hear a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion for recommending denial of the consideration of an ordinance amending the zoning map for 86.16 acres located at 98 Jennings Road, R100, 02800026400 from T2 Rural, T2R to T3 Hamlet Neighborhood, TH3 HM, and T4 Hamlet Center, T4HC, utilizing the Hamlet Place type overlay, PTO.
Do I have a second to that? All right.
More criteria.
What? Hang on. What are their specific criteria that you're?
Thank you, staff report, because they recommended approval.
It is, and again, remember the staff report in this one recommended approval with conditions. So you're going to have to
Oh, yeah.
identify the
Yep.
the basis for why you are recommending denial. Again, I can help you with that motion if you would like.
Sure.
And again, looking at that note, the notes. So based on the public testimony and the information provided in the staff report, as well as the testimony of the applicant, that you recommend denial based off of a failure to meet certain zoning map amendment review criteria, and what I heard, again, I can't make the decision, so I have to try to gauge it off of what y'all say. Is not required by, it was not required by a change in conditions.
That was one, yes.
It was incompatible with existing and proposed uses surrounding the land subject to the application and would not adversely affect nearby lands.
That was another.
Would result in a logical and orderly development pattern. And is consistent with and furthers the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and the purposes of this development code, which I think was the primary one about the increased density on the land.
That's correct. You've identified them. In fact, you made one of those.
What are the numbers?
Can you give them the numbers on that? You would need to repeat that.
Those are criteria number 1, 4, 5, 7.
I'd like to make a motion amending the original motion for the criteria for 1, 4, 5, and 7.
Okay, is it modified?
Yeah, amended.
So
Amend
that
the
was it,
motion.
and you second it? All right. All those in favor of the amended motion? Raise your hand. 6 against, 1 for. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. 7 for, 1 against. All right, thank you. Is that it?
I hope so.
All right. Okay, I don't believe we have any other business. Does anybody have anything business you want to finish?
No.
Are we finished? All right, without objection, then the meeting's adjourned.
Amen.